it's like trying to explain a hurricane to somebody.
Yes.
If you have never experienced a hurricane, there's no way you can, explain that.
Yeah.
And so we have to be mindful of the fact that this is somebody's lived experience, and we have to give way to them bringing that to the fore and working with it. And the more you get into it, you realize that, as you say, sometimes when you're down and you're feeling out or whatever, out of sorts, it could be that is what you're experiencing.
Yeah.
And sometimes we want to put stigma
always,
on it and all of that. But sometimes all of us do have a break.
Yes.
You have a point that, I just can't deal with this anymore, or whatever. And that's what it speaks to. And sometimes it takes a while for you to get back feeling yourself and all of that. And we have to be mindful of that. And I'm glad that these conversations are taking place now because of because more of us are more aware. Then it takes away some of that stigma from people who have, been experiencing it. And of course, paying attention to absenteeism, so to speak, may also lead you to a place where you realize that some of my employees are not in a good headspace. And, something is wrong. And we need to find ways to be able to address them in a humane and way.
Yes.
So you're calling, if there are specialists that can help with the situation and so on, you get them in and try to get your employees back to where they ought to be, mentally, and that impacts productivity.
It does.
Right? Big time. And of course, and I think, we talk about, you're happy, plenty of pain, and let them work, as the case might be. But we're all human.
We are.
And you have to deal with that emotional side sometimes. It's front and center in your face, the way how people react, how you react to people, how people react to you, and all of that. And we have to develop emotional intelligence.
Yes. For some, it may be a lot harder, but it's important that we are very, very mindful of how others feel.
Exactly.
Because what you might be able to take, others cannot take. So you don't judge someone by you, because that's you.
Yep.
Yeah. External forces affect you and impact you differently. As to how you do it, though, maybe what you can do is you need to teach people how to cope with the changes and stresses that comes in life. Because if you are not challenged, you will not realize who you are.
You're right.
Your comfort zone does not allow you to grow.
Exactly. But then sometimes there's just too much coming at you.
That's the thing.
And you take yourself away from that situation. Getting away from a situation is not running. It's about seeing about you.
Yes, you have to take care of you. Always remember, it starts with you. And it ends with you too.
Exactly.
It ends with you also. So Randall, it's just about time for this morning's house to start. It's 9 o'clock on the dot.
Really, and they're about to start.
I know we will be going over to the house, to the chamber, once the proceedings in there start this morning. It is a big morning. I'm looking forward to the presentation. Once you have been a part of the process, you recognize that you are now in a position to compare.
Yes.
So you are looking forward to. I think it was what we call a soft start for the government coming in June of that year, presenting a budget by December.
Yep.
You gave yourself, so it means now that the big plans government has had an opportunity to settle down in office, start some things, but I think we will now be getting into what we consider to be the real plans and programs of this administration.
Indeed, and I'm thinking that yes, you've had a year and some to see how where the ship is going. We have a destination in mind, but you have to steer the ship. And so you learn as you go along. Yes. Good thing is that this finance minister now is a seasoned economist.
He's no stranger
he's
to the
no
process.
stranger to the process at all. Having worked in the ministry too and all of that. So we expect that there are good hands, guiding and trimming the sails and so on as we launch the ship of state into the future, you know. So we look forward to hear what that is. We know that the government has its big plans and so on, what's going to happen with the new hospital and so on. You'd want to hear that. What's going to happen with health, right?
Yes.
You'd want to hear that critical. And so on.
That digital transformation, very, very critical. Another big program of government. What will be happening with some of our groups, key groups? The youth are more vulnerable, so young, but not just so young, or elderly also. Agriculture, we've been seeing a new thrust into that sector, that of the planting of the spice trees, and our farmers and so coming out more and doing. We cannot forget our water islands of Carriacou, Martinique, what's happening up on that end. So we're looking forward to a lot.
Looking forward to that, and I mean on the agricultural sector, I think good things are happening in Carriacou because you know they produce a lot of meat, right? The sheep and the goats and so on. So they now have a vet up there on a regular basis now, I believe maybe 2, and they're doing that small ruminants project up there and so on. So you know, big things are happening in that sector and so on. And I see that they're moving for the old ministerial complex and this, that, and the other. So we're talking about self-governance of Carriacou. So it seems like that is coming. We'll hear more about that and how we're budgeting for that as we go forward. And of course, it's 50 years we're going to be celebrating. That's going to take a lot. That's going to take a lot out of us. And if it is that we must do things to showcase our people, our arts, our culture, our everything. Everything Grenadian is on show for the 50th. So some money is going to have to be spent on that. I think we heard a figure of $7 million or so, right? Yes. And but you know, the creative industry, the creative economy
is picking up. Everything is happening, and I think we see that forward movement there. As it relates to our creatives, what they do, what's happening, highlighting what they do. Incorporating what the creatives do in the economy, it's the impact we are seeing.
And that, well, you know, that's my thing. So in the cultural space and so on. So that, I mean, we look forward to what is going to be happening there and so on. The health sector is big. I mean, what we do about health, because, you know, we've been talking about mental health and all of that. But we also have to talk about preventative medicine and so on. What we do in the community, primary health care and so on. So we hear a lot of that. Housing.
Oh yes, another big one.
Yes. So we're hearing what is going to be happening in that arena and so on. So we really look forward to hear what is happening, and we will get some explanations and so on. And we will get explanations because as you present the budget, you have to give the justification
for why you're doing
what you're doing. And so we ask everybody, pay attention. You know, some people say, oh, it's a good budget, or it's a bad budget, or it's this or it's that. But pay attention to why we are doing what we are doing, and so that you can critique. You know, if you felt that there was an area that is neglected, then you can do so intelligently because you paid attention.
And that is what it should be, you know. That is what it should be. Because to you might be in a particular sector and you are saying that, you know, it should, I think that this sector should have gotten a little bit more, unlike another. That's fine.
That's fine.
That is fine, because you know how it impacts you.
Exactly.
That's fine. And that's why we said from the beginning that a government's budget is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Because it affects, while we understand that you cannot please everyone.
Everybody,
but at the end of the day, you have to impact the lives positively of everyone.
And Oslin, which is why every government, everyone, does budget consultations with the different stakeholders. Months before the budget is finalized, they go around, sit down, invite people to come and to share, right? And so if you do not participate in that process, and there is a major impact that will happen because you know and nobody else knows, right?
Then it means that you had an opportunity,
you did not do what you were supposed to do.
It's an inclusive process.
It's an inclusive process, and people need to understand that. So look out for it. You know that the budget is usually presented late November, early December, and the process starts from about late September.
Once Carnival has ended,
yes,
budget consultation process starts.
Listen out for it.
Yes.
Because the budget will impact you, whether you like it or not.
Always.
It will impact you.
Always.
Right? We are all going to be paying taxes.
Yes, we will.
We all will.
We all do.
We all do pay
we
taxes.
All do.
Yes. Once you go to the supermarket or the shop or whatever, you're paying
directly or indirectly.
You're paying taxes.
Yes. But when we do, and that's the thing, we always push the negative element of tax because nobody wants to pay money. Yeah. But if you don't pay, then our roads cannot be fixed.
That's the point.
We cannot have the capital projects.
That's the point.
We cannot get improvements on the little things that we'll complain about. As drivers, we talk about the potholes because we know they're around. But do you think that we don't just get the bitumen and the asphalt free? We have to purchase them.
Yes.
And we don't have them here, so we have to import the materials that we need to have them. So we all have to play our part. And that is critical. And as we speak about this, we cannot go without speaking about the final month of this, the amnesty, the tax amnesty.
Yes.
Because last budget, Prime Minister Mitchell spoke of it.
Yes.
On January 1, it came into effect. It is now in its final month. It is now days to go before business owners, private citizens have an opportunity now to take advantage of the amnesty. 100% removal of penalties and interest. It is significant. When you remove your penalties and interest from what you actually owe as your tax obligation, it is significantly reduced.
Yes, and then you could sit down and they're still willing to make a deal with you.
Of course.
It is that the arrears were so much, then you could pay it over time.
You still have time. Remember, it expires on December 31st, right? So if you start now, you still have a couple weeks before time that you might just be able to do what you need to do to settle your obligations to the state. We all have a responsibility. If we don't do it, then we should not be complaining.
It's on us.
It is on us.
Yep.
It is on us.
It is on us.
So then we don't have enough then to be able to assist more people because we have to. I always say government is a business, but it's a business owned by the citizens of the country.
That's the point. And you hire a manager.
You hire a manager, which are policymakers, who are our Prime Minister, the cabinet, the team, and everybody's inclusive of this.
Yes.
When you come to the chamber, everybody that's there are our governing team.
Exactly.
That's who's there.
And you come and report to the people in the House of Parliament.
Yes, you do. That is your place.
Yep.
So when we don't play our part, then it therefore means that our policymakers, which are in the minority, they are in the minority because your management team is always in the minority.
And then
the rest of the business is
the politician blows.
Well, it is
because we're not paying attention.
It is one of the things that comes with being in public life.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does not mean that everything they do will be wrong.
That's the point. We ask you to play your part.
What did you do? What did you not do? And if you do it, what's the difference it would make? That's the questions we need to ask ourselves, and that's the part that we need to play.
And so, as we expect our governments to be responsible, we too, as citizens, have a responsibility to be responsible.
Yes, we do.
Yes, that's our responsibility. And, you know, the Prime Minister was saying that no child should leave school before 18 because you're really not ready at 16. And I have been saying, and you know, when we have our little chats, I'm talking about with friends and whatever, that I've always believed that the TAMCC, those 2 years, apart from doing your A-levels and so on, should really teach you how to be a productive citizen. You should graduate from there as understanding your role and responsibility as a citizen of the state of Grenada. It's like finishing school. So that when you come out, you understand about governance, you understand the role you play in the whole process. And I think that must be a part of the curriculum. You know, in Guyana and so on, you had to do 2 years of national service and so on. That was preparing you, right? And I think we have an opportunity through the TAMCCs and so on to do that finish in school, so that at 18, when we say you're an adult, we have prepared you to be the adult we would like you to be.
And I was very happy when I heard it, because it therefore means that it is the first step in us changing or reforming that education system.
Yes.
It is. We have to take a quick break. We know that we're just about, it is past 9 o'clock, it's 11 minutes past 9, so it means that the proceedings in the House and the Chamber might have started. What we're going to do now is take a quick break. When we come back, we continue with our chit-chat until it's time for us to go over to the Chamber when the proceedings inside the House will start.
Very well. See you soon.
Love is what we stand for. We stand for. We stand for.
Oh, island in the sun. Look at how we've grown, how far we've run.
We home for Christmas for 2 T20 internationals at the Grenada National Stadium on Thursday, December 14th and Saturday, December 16th. Locals get 50% off regular match tickets, plus an extra 20% off when you buy your tickets online. Visit windiescricket.com for more info.
Jericho, Pity Matnick.
And love is what we stand for. We stand for. We stand for.
Oh, island in the sun. Look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. Going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more.
What we stand for, we stand for, we stand for.
Oh, island in the sun. Look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. Going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more.
Like family, it's always exciting when lottery players get together. Now the lottery games are joining in the fun. Check out the multiplier family of Instacash games. 5 times the cash at $2, 10 times the cash at $3, and 20 times the cash at $5. On your tickets, match any of our numbers with any of the winning numbers and win the prize below that number. There's more. Multiply your winnings up to 5 times, 10 times, or 20 times more. Winning is easy. Play Monday to Sunday. There are no draws to wait on. Win instantly. It's the multiplier family of Instacash games with over $675,000 to be won instantly. Don't just buy one, buy all, because family is everything. Must be 18 years and older to play. NLA, making family dreams come true.
No, that's not how you cross the pedestrian crossing.
Really? One day I just woke up and I saw pedestrian crosswalks on the road. No one really showed me how to use them properly.
Well, this is how it's done. You never cross before doing these things. They might save your life. First, when you get to the crosswalk, you stop. You look left, you look right. If there's a vehicle coming, you put your hand out, making eye contact with the driver, indicating that you want to cross. And only when the vehicle comes to a complete stop, you quickly cross to the other side.
Stop, look, hand out, eye contact. Wait for pedestrian to cross to the other side, then you happily continue on your journey. This message is brought to you by this group of insurance companies, the Traffic Advisory Body, and the Traffic Department.
Who are our underground, so to speak, ambassadors for Grenada. Yes, the Taxi Association, good morning to all of you. You do continue to do a brilliant job for the people of Grenada. And we're only hearing good things. So we're expecting that you're going to be doing, and to all tour operators, wherever you are, I know you're going to be smiling today. The ship is in and you're going to have people on your tours out today and so on. And it's budget day, so it's good for the economy, right? So there's a few more dollars coming into the coffers of Grenada. And as we are on cruise, cruises are growing.
Yes.
I think the figure is somewhere in the vicinity of 10% or more per year.
Yes.
People are discovering and are saying that a cruise is the best holiday you can have. I have a friend in Barbados. She does probably 2 or 3 cruises. Between this time and December, she might have done 3 cruises, right? So that's that's it. And people who get on those cruise ships for those cruise holidays seem to fall in love with it, so they're going all over the place now, you know. And so that's a big thing, and we are part of we are on the route, so to speak. We are part of the destinations that they come to, and so if it's increasing by 10% or more, we are going to be
also benefiting
from that 10% or more. And but we want more than just 10%. When we say that, we need to grow, because I believe there was a time that our guests who would come in would spend between $17 and $20, as against higher up the islands where people spend $65, $70. I believe we have got it to about $40 now, and we want to be able to get it higher and higher. To 60. To $60 or $70 is spent locally. So yes, and so we are seeing people arriving at the to the Parliament this morning, so people are coming in. Is that that's the Foreign Minister I see? Yes, MP Joseph Andal, just arriving. Yes. So that is happening, folks, as people are coming into the chamber, and things are, as we say in local parlance, heated up in the Parliament as we get ready. So yes, and we're talking about that cruise sector and what our GTA has been doing with cruise to encourage more people to come in. And so what we need to get, Oslin, you remember in the days when we were in school, I don't know if you knew of when Cunard, because you're young, Cunard used to be here during the off season. There's a ship called Cunard, I think a part of the Princess Lines and so on. Used to come every week. We'd have on a Tuesday, we'd have a cruise ship out of season, so off season cruise ship would be here and so on. That made a big thing. That was a big thing, because then all school children know when you're looking for bus in the afternoon, they're going on tour, right? Right? So there were Cunard cruises and so on. So you knew that off-season ship, helped the economy big time, because then, that's when things slow down and so, and but once they come in and, you have people out on tour and so on, the money is circulating.
Yes, the money is circulating.
So I'm hoping that we can push hard and we get some off-season cruise ships, and that is going to, because some islands have cruise ships
year round.
I know we are far down in the we're in the south, far down the archipelago, but there is a lot Grenada has to offer. A lot. You come to Grenada and there are lots of things that you can do. We have rivers, they have some islands have no rivers, Not one river, So we have a lot. We have forests, we have dry forests, rainforests, birds of all descriptions, pools all around, rivers and so on that you can get involved in, and so a lot to see. You want to hike, you can hike.
We have the trails.
Yes, all the trails all around and so on to explore the island, and we are a beautiful island. I've been a lot of places there, and I'm telling you, we still stand out as tops. And then our people, that's the greatest resource that we have. I'm telling you, we still are so peaceful until we get bad, as some people say, but we're peaceful and respectful. And and we take care of our visitors. That is still part of how we grow up. When a visitor arrives, you treat him or her well. And look at us. I mean, we have the university students here for many years and so on. Nobody will mess about with them and so on. They know that they're in a safe environment in Grenada, and we have to congratulate ourselves on that,
yes, we do.
That we are still involved when we talk about law and order. We don't play around with law and order. I tell my Trinidadian friends all the time, I said, Grenadians do not tolerate crime.
No,
we do not tolerate crime.
We don't.
So we'll go and tell the police.
Oh yes, and that is the reason why our solving rate is so high, because it is community policing.
That's it.
Yes. We are part of the process.
We are part of the process, and I hope that never changes. because we are seeing all around us the examples of when that changes, you understand?
Yes,
and we start to call people, oh yeah, what you're going and tell, a rat, this and that.
Snitch.
A snitch. I love my snitches, love them, because that is what keeps us safe, right? So don't let people come and give you any names. We are responsible for the safety of our people,
and ourselves.
And so on, and ourselves, our people, and our visitors. And we take that responsibility very seriously.
We do.
And so, so I continue to applaud Grenada for being that safe destination it is. And that's why we'll continue to grow the tourism product, and that's why we're going to be still looking to get those off-season trips, because that is going to help us big time.
Yes.
But as we talk about that too, Oslin, our products, we make amazing products.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But I think we need to upgrade our labels.
Must. The marketing part is what
yes.
It is going to be an ongoing process.
Our packaging and our labels, we have to get the packaging right, and that is going to help with the increased spend, because when you come to Grenada, people covet what they see, and once it's a pretty bottle, pretty packaging, that attracts the eye.
It will, and then
you want to have that.
And we were talking a lot about the cruise ship. There's another inaugural one that should be here on Wednesday, the Silver Nova of Silver Sea Cruises.
Silver Seas Cruises.
We talk a lot of our cruises, but we cannot forget that we have increased airlift now.
Yes,
we
indeed.
have a number of new routes. Some of the existing airlines are adding. Boston was recently added. We have Air Canada inside now every week. So it's a lot more. Virgin Atlantic is now hopping.
And
we can actually
Germany.
Yes, out of Germany we have which one
Condor?
of them is coming?
Is it Condor?
Yes, I believe it's Condor. I'm not saying for sure. So we
you see how they paint they paint the planes in these concentric circles.
So now we were speaking about the challenges that we have with intra-regional travel.
Yes.
We have Virgin now stopping in Barbados, stopping in Antigua. So you can take the plane here and get off to Barbados. So it helps us with the challenges that we have. So we see that things it is slowly improving as expected. It would not just happen.
No.
It takes time, but I think what we can appreciate though is that it is happening.
It is happening. It is happening. And it's so unfortunate, the Liat debacle, because then it really showed us up.
I think now we realize what we're missing.
What we're missing, and the fact that we have to depend, so to speak, on foreigners to move us around in the Caribbean. And then the other thing is inter-island ferries.
It's time for us to bring it on. It is
how many times people have tried?
I know.
Why is it getting shut down? I don't understand it for the life of me. And if we had ships just moving around and so on, okay, fine. If you had to go to Trinidad and you went on a boat and it was going to take you 5 hours, think about it. Even if you had to fly, you had to go in the airport 3 hours. 3 hours before.
3 hours before.
To get a
30 minutes.
Right? To get a 30-minute flight, time for you to go down, and so on. So the ferry is going to take you 2 hours longer at a much less cost.
Why not?
I mean, it's like a no-brainer for me. And we need to, because trade does not stop,
No, it does not.
And we have schooners. Our goods and services goods are moving on these schooners throughout the Caribbean, They know it could get to Caracou, or you could get to St. Vincent, and from St. Vincent move it to another boat to go up to Martinique and to Guadeloupe and so on. I think the mariners understand what needs to happen.
Of course. So we need to get the ferries moving between the islands.
That's it.
It would also make vacationing easier.
Of course.
What we're talking about with the cruise liners, we can do it here. You island hop. Island hop. We all share very similar cultures.
This is it.
You go in any Caribbean island, it looks the same. You feel the only thing that made different is the accent. Sometimes. But that's it. Why can't we be a lot closer? We have a unique opportunity.
That's it. We need to do that, And it's nice. I mean, even your car. put your car on the ferry and you go over and so on and things. So you move.
We can do it
through
now
the
with
islands
Caribou.
and so on and things.
We should be able to do it to the others.
Why not?
Should be able to do it to the others.
Right.
And as we speak of all of that, we were speaking a while ago about health and people and wealth and production. As we do that, we know that we now have to start shifting how we think, what we do.
Yep.
Because, Randall, I think we realize now that, the time to move from one place to the other is interesting.
Yep.
The vehicles are, the traffic now, it does not matter what you do. Because we have a lot more vehicles on our road.
But Oslin, why? Because we do not have a national transportation system. Or we have national transport. It's privately owned.
Yes. So you
but
have
it's
no
not
control.
managed. Right? It's not managed properly. So we need to have a sit down with the bus owners, the bus associations and so on, and schedule the time people leave. It cannot be that those who are retired from all over the island who don't want to drive to come into town must stand on the side of the road for how long they don't know, until they get a bus to come in town and do their business, and then they're not sure about what time you're going back home.
That's the challenge. That's a challenge. You know, if the system was a lot more reliable, so much people would not be wanting to own their own vehicles.
That's the point.
That we have the inundation now of vehicles that we have on the road, because it is making it a lot harder. Because now you need to revolutionize our road network system.
That's it.
But how do we do it?
Well, we have to find and it's always going to be expensive.
We have no other choice now, because we have built right onto the roads. There's no room for us to expand. The little parts that we might be able to are not the areas that needs it most.
That's the point.
And that's the challenges that we have. So you recognize now that governing, it's different, and you must now introduce a new sense of thinking, because now you have to now change people's mindset. It is a bigger revolution that is happening now.
Exactly, but you know, but there's so much low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
So much low-hanging fruit.
And we have to start there.
We have to start there. The buses need to go on a schedule. It cannot be that a bus will leave Grenville and come into town and then park up for the rest of the day until afternoon to get up. No. Right? So we have to figure out what needs to happen, how we do it.
Yeah.
If you know you can get a bus reliably every half an hour, or every hour on the hour, so you know if it leaves Grenville at 10 o'clock and you live in 10 minutes, you know every 10 past the hour I need to be outside there. A bus is going to be there for me to come down. Right?
Scheduling makes a difference.
And I do my business in town, and I could jump on my bus and go back home.
And that's the only way we would be more productive.
That's the point.
The minute we can start timing ourselves, and I know that I'm doing this within an hour, so 10 minutes, then I have to be there. Then it's going to take me a little bit more. So then what you would do is you choose what's the best time to do it. Yeah? And it allows you to plan. If we don't plan as a people, as a nation, we will not move.
We not move. And what about in the night? Transportation?
Well, let us not even speak of it, because that's the part that's bad. Our hospitality sector is suffering because of this.
Right? Because you now have kitchens close at 10 o'clock, right? So if you're only interested in street meat, then that's the only thing that you're going to get after 10 o'clock at night, right?
You finish work late, you better be sure to order early and pick up, or else you would not.
And then now we have a situation with our employees who must work late, them kinds of hours, and then get the transport to get home. I have had to pick up people on occasion, ladies, late at night, because I might be coming from somewhere and I see that I can't leave them on the side of the road. And what's happening? Well, I work in so-and-so place and things, so and they didn't have transport for us. And then the bus dropped me here, or get a ride.
That is dangerous.
That is very dangerous.
You see, because what you will realize is that sense of security is also an opportunity for our criminals.
That's the point.
And eventually they will catch up with it. Yeah? And it would not be as safe, because we cannot exist as though we are living in a vortex or safety alone will exist, and the superheroes only exist in the movies. So it therefore means that we have to ensure that we start looking down the road and seeing that it will not always be like this.
Yes.
It will change, but as it changes, it means that it exposes us to more.
That's the
What
point.
do we do then? So we need to start looking down the road and start planning accordingly.
That's the point.
To safeguard
yes.
our people.
Yes. Right? Because, so if there are businesses that are fledgling and perhaps can't afford to get a bus to make sure that people... If we solve the scheduling problem with buses,
yes, you know for sure that there will be a bus traveling
for them to get.
That will be there at 10 past 10, 10 past 11. That will be sure going that route. It covers the entire island, the west, the east, the north.
That's the point.
So for sure, people know that they can go.
That's the point. If we have to subsidize this a little bit to start so that it gets
something
off the
has
ground,
to
something has to give.
Something must happen.
Or
we have to change
incentives to business places who must hire things and so on. Because I can't have our women folk especially working 10, 11 o'clock at night with no way to get home.
You must. You have children at home.
And so on. Yes, we expect them to nurture and hold the family together and so on, and that's how we treat them. So we need to fix that as well.
Yes, and you see, all of this goes back again to our development.
Yes,
because we and that is something I hope will slowly change. We see ourselves as an 8 to 4 nation.
But we are not. In reality, we are not.
No.
In reality, we are not.
While most people may work from 8 to 4, as you always hear people say, you pick up, right? The same us and drop us in the more developed countries. And we work from 8 to 4, then we take on from 4 to 10. And if you give us a chance, we work from 10 to 2. We sleep for 3 or 4 hours and we get up again and the cycle starts. It is the same thing Grenada needs to take us where we want to be.
That's it.
There must be a change of mindset. We can do it here.
We can.
But we just have to be prepared to make this sacrifice.
The sacrifice. And I know that the arguments are going to be, it's not work on the road. The point is, there's no work on the road because you all don't have no schedule. You don't have a schedule. If you have a schedule, people will know when to move this, that, and the other, and you'll find that once people get accustomed to a schedule, there's work on the road.
Of course there will be work on the road. And that is what needs to happen. It is important that we do that, and then people will then adapt accordingly.
That's the point.
Because there is no consistency, there is no plan, there is no schedule, then we just work to suit.
That's the point.
So as you say, everybody, vike.
Yeah, I remember Ambrose Philip made a statement years ago. He says, transportation is the grease that keeps an economy moving.
Yes.
Right? It's the grease that keeps an economy moving. We have to do that. We have to get back there. We have to get back there. And so that's what so I think we have to have a real conversation in the 50th about what we do about transportation.
Yes, I agree fully. It is time for us to have it.
Yep.
It is time for us to have it. Use all mediums that are available to us.
That's it.
All of them. You might be able to take a boat, a ferry, leave Victoria and be in St. George's faster. You don't have the humps. You don't have the corners. You're going straight. You will be here.
That's the point.
You don't have a
See
problem.
what Trinidad did? Trinidad did.
So why
Port of
can't
Spain to San Fernando?
We can do it.
Jump on the ferry.
You can.
Boom. Down
Somebody
the road.
can. It's another business idea.
That's it.
Take it up. Let it be a close. Once it's closed, people not getting wet. They would graciously take it. Right?
And you're tongue in no time flat.
Of course. You drop off. You walk with your shoes, you change, and you're fine because you're not getting wet.
That's the point.
You are fine. The sea is smooth, it is flat now. You look outside, it's wonderful. We can do a lot more.
We can do
a lot more. And we have to understand our place, our responsibility in all of this. And this conversation, and I think it is excellent that it's happening on Budget Day.
Yes.
Because budget is not just about what government can give you, but also what you're doing for this country.
That's the point.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Question number two.
Because the government is budgeting. Are you?
Are you?
Let's take
Everybody's talking
from the
about
government.
Everybody's talking about the little that I have.
Yes.
But how do you stretch the little that you have?
That's the point.
So we continue to see the shot and so of people coming in, the permanent secretaries and so are coming in, the ministers are also joining, the general public being a part of the coming in to hear what government will be presenting, signing the book, and it is important that we as the general public come in, listen, because you sit in the chamber, you will be a lot more alert, so you will be able to take in more of what's happening, and I think it's good that people are coming. Our students are usually a part of the process. If we are going to have continuity to this process, then we must include our youth in the process. Of course. We recognize that while a lot more of us might have been more exposed to it, our children now, if we don't include them in the process, we would see that tomorrow we asking what's happening. I recognize that government has now brought the youth parliament to the primary school.
Yes.
Excellent idea. We need to start pinpointing these young talents now and grooming them, nurturing them to make our leaders. Everybody are not born leaders, but you can create some.
You can create leaders.
You can make some.
Yes. And so, and there's a shot up of the cruise ships.
On the port?
Yes, there's a shot up of the cruise ships on the port, and look at them. Pretty, eh? Yeah, you realize now the ships are getting a little bit more, the marketing and so on is all there. You know, AIDA started with ships with lips. Now we, you know, the AIDA, the Germans, they come with lips on the ships. And so now we are seeing these new cruise ships coming with all kinds of nice, what is that, branding on the sides and so on, you know, lovely murals along the ship. Well, there's a lot of real estate on the side of the ships there to put something really good. And so, and I saw Norwegian Jade in this morning, and there was just love. So I was thinking, I said, but that looks like a German ship and so on, and because, you know, ships with lips, and then I realized it was Norwegian, LCL is also, and so on. So that too is changing, and we're back to the yes.
Minister Ron Redhead.
Yes, Minister Ron Redhead. Is that MP Delma Thomas next to him?
No, that's not her.
It's not?
The person looks like her, but
kind of looks like her, yes.
Yes, person resembles her, but that's not her.
Right, yes, okay. And Lady Clarice Clarice Modeste is signing the book. Dr. Modeste is signing the book, and so on. I guess Ron is waiting to sign. Minister Redhead. Yes. Very nice, and I like the camaraderie.
Yes,
it's very nice. Yes. I think I see that's one of the PSs at the back there. Her name just slips me now.
Is that P.S. Bennett Thomas? One in Works?
Is she in Works now? Or is she just walking off? And the protocol officers, of course, out in full. Yes. Nice. So they all signed in the book.
Oh yes, it is. We're now just about 15 minutes away to the official start of the proceedings in the chamber. At 10 o'clock is when it will move into high gear. So, setting the stage for what's expected. I wonder how long it will be this time. Prime Minister Mitchell last year, it was just about 3 hours, I think.
Was it 3 hours?
Just about that, yes. 2 hours, over 2 hours. So it was 2 hours and some. But he took his time and presented last year.
And there was a teleprompter in place and all of that. So people were like, people didn't realize there was a teleprompter.
Well, it's interesting. The things people don't see that happen in the background. But there is no way that you can read that for that long
you could remember
off your head. But the things that happen, the infrastructure is there to make it look seamless, and that's what the public should see.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, this time around we have Minister Conwell. So I'm sure, and that's the thing, there is never a race to present the budget because it is an important document.
Yes, it's important.
Very important.
People must hear it. People must pay attention so you don't race through it. The justification is there. You have to read the justification so that people understand. And if they take exception, they can take their notes so that you can do a proper critique afterwards. And so, of course, the budget document is only available after it is read. So it is in quarantine, so to speak, but there's another
embargoed until such time.
Yes,
it is
until such time. Yes, embargoed, right, is the word. Until such time as it is done, and then we'll have the document, and then you can sit down and read it yourself, and so on.
Yes.
But the actual and the what we hear is just a summary.
Yes.
Then there's this big, thick document.
Very big book.
Yes, book, right?
It is the book,
with
the
all
Bible
the details.
that you go
Yes,
all the details
of
as per
everything.
ministry. And
yes.
that is where you go and you try to figure out now what will the ministries be doing.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why the different ministers then have their presentations.
Yes.
To speak to what are the nitty-gritties of their allocation and what they plan to do with it. So it is a lot, as everything as people, you know, once it's a lot, people think it's too much for you to go through. But over time, it is broken down.
Yes.
And the economists and so would break it down. What are the key pillars?
Yes.
And usually that's how the presentation would go.
Of course.
What are the key pillars, the key focus areas of the government? And thereby you hear of those allocations of which you would note. And then you then speak about the programs that would follow to be able to impact or to effect the allocation. So if we think about it that way, then it makes it easier for you to understand what will be presented today.
Indeed.
It takes time for you to get to that stage. The first time you hear about it, it's like, wow, that's a lot. How do I then figure myself out of it? But it's not so hard. Look for the key areas. And that's why the presentation is critical.
Yes.
Because it focuses, it zooms in on what you need.
On what you need to
what are the things that you need to know. And over time, you would hear more about the other things. It is easy for you to pick things up that you hear and run with it without being able to ascertain it.
Right.
And I think it is one of the challenges that we have now when we hear of misinformation, disinformation. And it is critical that as a people you can discern.
Yes.
You can only discern though if you know.
Well, that's it. And we have no excuse in 2023 for ignorance to prevail.
No.
None. Yes,
none whatsoever.
But we also need to be mindful of the sources that we get information from.
It is critical.
That is the critical issue. Where do you get your information that you can rely on from? And so, if you want to find out about what is happening in Grenada, you would want to go to a GIS or the government website, as the case might be, and get the information from there, because they have the responsibility to do that. Just like you at NADMA will say, come to the NADMA site. You understand?
That is where you get the
official,
information.
authentic information.
Yes, official. And every other place, it's not official.
You're not sure.
And that is where the confusion starts. Because you recognize that the information that's not authentic is oftentimes the one that's pushed.
That's the point. And that can get you in a world of trouble.
Confusion, because you're trying to discern what is true and what is not. And then you start to panic, and you realize that you are panicking for nothing.
You know, so we have to be mindful of that. There's no excuse for ignorance.
No.
But pay attention to the sources of information, because some people have an agenda that you may not be aware of. But if you go to the source of the information, you can get what is factual and what is not. And you can make your determinations from there. That's very important, you know. And now we have segued into that. The digital transformation that is so important going forward, and I'm glad that the government is moving so quickly. The last government as well, and whether they started that transformation process. I mean, what they did with getting your taxes online and being able to pay. Let me tell you, it makes life easier for everybody.
Yes.
You know, and we continue.
So now we have an image inside of the chamber.
Yes.
Prime Minister inside, the Minister of Finance, other government ministers, permanent secretaries, the members of the opposition also present. Leader of the opposition, we are not seeing there as yet, but the House we're getting there. To our 10 o'clock start. We are definitely
almost looks like a full house.
Almost looks like a full house. Yes.
Yeah, I expect that there will be quite a number of people in today.
That are still.
And we see the hats. Is that this might be we're seeing a close left of the screen. That should be MP Delma Thomas.
Yes, that is
in the gray.
In the gray,
yes. Next
that
to
is
her
now.
is MP Ron Redhead.
Also, I think that because Senator Claudette Joseph. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Behind.
Yes. And that would be Andy. MP Andy Williams.
Yes,
there.
That is MP Andy Williams. We have Senator Gloria Thomas.
Yes, Gloria Thomas.
Senator Lacrette to the back, together with Senator Telesford. Not Telesford. No,
David Andrew.
David Andrew.
Yes, David Andrew.
David Andrew at the back.
At the back. Yes.
Also, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Yes.
And
does that look
Lennox,
like, is
Lennox
that, Adrian Thomas.
Adrian Thomas, and then we have MPs Lennox Andrews, and also Tevin Andrews also there.
Yes,
who are speaking.
And the Foreign Minister. Yes,
Joseph
Handel, and the Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Up there. Yes. And you can see shots of the teleprompter, folks, if you're looking. So you know he's going to be reading off the teleprompter, not off. He's not going to be holding up paper as we used to in the past, and so on. You can see the teleprompters there.
They look like mic stands, which is a muffin. Because they wouldn't realize what it is.
Yes. And so we saw that introduced last year, and so it continues to be a feature of the Parliament, and so on. And people are coming in. And looking forward for the proceedings to begin.
Yes.
And over on the opposition side,
we have the Prime Minister on the other side, speaking to the opposition MPs.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't
He's
make him
also
out
in
there,
there speaking to MP Modeste, and look at you have Miss MP Kate Lewis, and also sitting. I'm not sure
with
who's
her
sitting.
back to us. I'm not seeing who is.
More than likely, if it's a female, it should be Minister MP Pear.
Emmeline Pear, right? Yes, it should be Minister Pear, MP Pear.
Yeah.
Right. That would be Andrew Lewis, yes. So PM is in the chamber.
Yes.
I haven't seen the leader of the opposition yet.
No, he is not in as yet.
Yes. Right, that's Minister Telesford, the leader of government business and so on. Right. So yes, now we are seeing the opposition MPs. And that would be Senator Andre Lewis at the back.
Senator Andre Lewis, I also saw Senator Roderick Sinclair.
Yes.
Also in the chamber on the other side.
On the other side, yeah. Good. So we're filling up nicely. Yes. Very good. We haven't seen the leader of the opposition yet.
No, not as yet in the chamber.
I suspect he'll be in quite shortly. And so we are looking forward to what many anticipate to be a budget that may make some people smile. Today, as usual, you'll have those who will smile and there will be those who will not be smiling. Yes, they will frown. But that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature. But we have to determine how we go forward, and the budget is giving us an opportunity to see how we are moving the ship of state into the future.
Into the future. Because whatever happens now will be taking us there.
Yes, of course. Yes. A future that I hope all of us can see and appreciate, because that is also important. So where it is, that destination must be clearly articulated for people to understand that this is where we want to go, and they must participate in the process, because they have to be a part of the process. It's not as though people sit down and just decide that's where we're going and that's That's not how it works.
No.
That's not how it works.
No.
Yes, because
that's why it is a democracy.
That's why it's a democracy. And all people are asked to be a part of it. Yes.
That is critical, and it's important that we understand this. It's not a case where you will be told to do the things. It's shared with you.
Exactly.
And what you should then discern is, how do I participate
in that?
Like positively, to be able to positively contribute, so I can make a difference.
But we all go around and we say, what would you like to see? What is that? Of course, the budget consultations and so on.
Yeah.
Then also, I mean, we operate in an adversarial political environment.
Yes.
I use adversarial loosely, but it's that there are two parties.
Yes.
Right? Two major parties that, and we operate in that environment. And each one must come to us and articulate their vision of the future. Yeah. And based on that, you either say yay or nay. You know what you're getting into from the start. However, you still have an opportunity. While if you chose one over the other, you still have an opportunity to determine how you would contribute. That's the point.
And that is critical, because I think what you recognize is someone would think that if I support you, that anything the other side says wrong. That is not
That is not true.
No. And I think we can use an example in the same chamber where there are times that both sides would agree on policies.
That's it.
It therefore means, and it goes back again to the point of being able to discern.
That's it.
What you can only discern if you know. It's important that you inform yourself.
Yes.
Getting knowledge is a personal decision.
Yes.
And it is one that can only be made by the person. Yeah? No. Be in the know. Yeah? The same way that you would go on the various platforms and find all the wrong things to share, you can go there and inform yourself.
That's
Read.
the point. That's the
Listen.
point. Yep.
Go to those sources that you know you can trust.
Yep.
Get the information. From there, make good decisions. Make informed decisions. Yeah?
That's it.
Don't allow yourself to be pulled anywhere, but you should be able to hold your position, justify your position, and then figure out now how it is that I am going to be able to contribute because of how I think.
That's the point.
Having an opposing voice is not the end of anything.
No.
It is wrong. It is there's nothing wrong
with that.
With saying I don't agree. But I don't agree because and this is how now I think we can do better.
That's it.
That is the process.
And you see, that's a challenge that we as citizens must continue to hold our the people who we put
our
in
policy
office.
Makers.
Yeah, policy makers too.
Yes.
That's the standard, right? When I come to you, I too must come and say why I do not agree with this.
Yes.
Right? This is the information I have, and so on. If you have more information, you can share it with me. I may change my opinion.
Of course.
I may. But from what I know, this here, it may not work. Perhaps you might want to look at this, and so on and so forth. And in the same way that we had this conversation earlier about the transportation issues and so on, I don't know if that's going to come up today, but that is one of the low-hanging fruit that any administration, wherever, would have to figure out, because the car boat was here one after the next the other day.
Always. So it means that we have a lot more outside. We have so much more on our streets.
You know what you're seeing in the the cars come and then they disappear. Within a day they all have numbers.
Oh yes, they do.
Right.
Every time you look, you see PQ, you see another letter. You see another letter, and anytime you see another letter after the P, be it 2 or 1, you know that there are many more on our streets, on our roads. So. That is the reality.
Yes.
That's the reality of things. So I think the chamber is about to convene.
About to convene. Yes. The mace is being walked to its placement.
Okay. So let's take the broadcast now over to the chamber.
Yeah.
Let's pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this honorable house, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Please join me as we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated. This Parliament is now in session.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new member. Item 4, confirmation of minutes. Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcement by Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I do have correspondence in my possession that show that the Honorable Kirin James is out on state business and will not be here in this particular sitting. I just wish to point especially to the members of the House that a new digital clock is placed just above the Sergeant of Arms' head, and this is what will be used to do the timing for this particular debate and presentation by members. I wish to announce also that on Thursday, the 7th of December, we will be having a state funeral for the burial of former MP, Mr. Adrian Mitchell, on Thursday. And as such, we will have a very brief sitting on Thursday. Thank you.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay on the table the following papers and reports from various committees. 1, estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ended for the year 2024. 2, medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report 2024 to 2026. 3, 2022 annual debt report. 4, Ombudsman budget and plan 2024. 5, Integrity Commission budget 2024. 6, medium-term debt management strategy report 2024 to 2026. And finally, minutes of the proceedings of a meeting of the Standing Committee on Finance held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Monday, the 13th of November, 2023, at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Government Business. Honourable members, these papers and reports as presented are in order to be tabled and laid in the House of Parliament.
Item 9, unopposed private business. Item 10, questions. Item 11, urgent questions on the provisions of Standing Order number 20, subsection 1, notice of questions. Item 12, statement by ministers. Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 be approved.
Honourable members, the question is that whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 be approved. The Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as this is a money motion, I wish to signal this Honourable House that I have the consent of the Governor-General to proceed. Mr. Speaker, in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act and regulations, the Fiscal Resilience Act, and the Public Debt Management Act, I wish to advise the following reports are laid before this Honourable House. 1, the Medium-Term Economic and Fiscal Strategy Report 2024 to 2026, in accordance with Section 12A of the Public Finance Management Act, number 17 of 2015, as amended. 2, the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy 2024 to 2026, in accordance with Section 5.1 to 5.3 of the Public Debt Management Act, number 28 of 2015, as amended. The following additional report is also laid. 1, the 2022 Annual Debt Report. Mr. Speaker, it is my distinct honor to present the budget address for the fiscal year 2024 to this Honourable House. Having assumed the critical role of Minister of Finance on April 28, 2023, this marks my inaugural budget address and the second for this new administration. This moment holds profound significance for me as the Ministry of Finance is where my professional journey began many years ago. I wish to begin my presentation by thanking the Almighty God for His grace and mercies over this beautiful nation and for guiding me throughout my presentation today. I express immense appreciation to Prime Minister the Honourable Dickon Mitchell for the confidence reposed in me to lead the Ministry of Finance during a period of unprecedented opportunities and global challenges. Permit me also to thank my Cabinet colleagues and the staff of the Ministry of Finance, Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, alongside whom I had the distinct pleasure of working. I express profound appreciation and gratitude to my constituents in Patrick East for giving me the opportunity to represent and serve them in this Honourable House. It has been a learning, challenging, and yet rewarding experience, and I look forward to continue to represent and serve them in the remaining years of the life of this Parliament. I speak specifically to the developments within the St. Patrick East constituency during the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the strategic direction outlined by Her Excellency Dame Cecile La Grenade, Governor General, in her throne speech on September 26, 2023, under the theme Forward into 50, reflecting on our past, solidifying our future, set the stage for the 2024 budget. Government's achievements. I will spend some time reflecting on the achievements of this administration since assuming office in June 2022. This is of critical importance in measuring the success of our very first budget delivered to this Honorable House, a team which was building a solid foundation for people-centered transformation. Mr. Speaker, despite the naysayers, we have continued to steadfastly deliver on our bold promises to transform our beautiful nation. They said we could not implement twice monthly payments on salaries and pension. That we did. They said the government would not last 6 months. 18 months on, we are growing from strength to strength. They said we would derail the economy and public finances. Both are performing well beyond expectations. They said we could not mobilize resources as we were poorly managing the country. In the last 18 months, we have unlocked $612 million in concessional loans and grants for key strategic investment in healthcare, water and sanitation, education, and climate resilience. They said the economy would crash if we paid our deserving retirees their pension and gratuity. This we did and will continue to do so. We know that theirs was a blatant attempt to deny our retirees their pension and gratuity. They criticized the implementation of our free tuition program, which contributes towards ensuring that our future generation of Grenadians, our students, are not denied an education based on their economic status. This we will continue to do. They criticized the launch of a WASH program aimed to ensure that every household in Grenada has access to indoor clean water and sanitation facilities by 2027. This we'll continue to do. They said we have done nothing to strengthen the health sector. We have upgraded health facilities, acquired critical equipment, increased human resource capacity, recommends the National Health Insurance Project, and secured 83.9 acres of land to develop our modern state-of-the-art medical and teaching hospital. This we will continue to do. They refused to invest in agriculture. We have secured $27 million from the World Bank for a major agricultural food security enhancement project. Implementation of this project has commenced and will see significant acceleration in 2024. They said they love the poor and vulnerable, but we are the ones that removed the VAT on 19 basic food and other necessities, introduce an electricity subsidy for less fortunate households, lower the petrol tax on gas and diesel, and maintain existing safety nets. This we'll continue to do. They ignore the potential for our creatives. We'll launch a Creative Industries Symposium, Unleash, grant concessions to our creatives, and establish the Creative Economy Desk. We will continue to promote, support, and develop the creative economy. They call our police to regularize the public service and end inhumane and discriminatory HR practices in the public service, lies and pies in the sky. We have begun the regularization of some 300 government employees holding temporary and probationary employment instruments, and will address the regularization of some of 1,754 government workers on various forms of contract by December 2024. This will. Mr. Speaker, sir, clearly this administration has made significant strides in laying a solid foundation upon which we can build a better future. As we approach our 50th year of independence, the 2024 budget is designed to fortify this foundation, propelling our people-centered transformation. Our team, Grenada at 50, empowering our people, transforming our nation, underscores our firm commitment to the shared vision of a better Grenada for all. The 50th Jubilee Independence Celebration. Mr. Speaker, cheers to 50 years as our independent nation. We have a lot to be thankful for. The launch of our year-long 50th Jubilee Independence celebrations was nothing short of amazing. Our rich history, heritage, and the remarkable resilience of our people were brilliantly on display. As was the case of our premier cultural and creative industry symposium, Unleash, this administration unleashed and unveiled the creative energies of our people to rise above the ordinary and soar to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the celebration holds great promises as we commemorate the past 50 years and embrace the next 50. The year-long celebrations, which is expected to have significant economic spill-off, should cost approximately $15 million, covering events and commemorative activities that will mark the significant milestone in our history. Some of the major events and activities we look forward to: the issuance of a 50th anniversary independence commemorative $50 note, the renaming of our national landmarks, the introduction of teaching of Grenadian history in our schools, the hosting of 21 events and 7 parish celebrations, including launch of the school mobile museum, Independence Monarch semifinals and finals, National Long Island Flag and Relay and parish sports, gospel concerts and worship, Pan on the Caribbean Food Fest, National Sports Awards, the Governor General Gala, the St. Paul Independence and Extravaganza and Independence Expo Music Festival. An amount of $7 million is allocated to cover costs falling during 2024, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the celebrations, we'll undertake an economic impact assessment and publish the results. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed grateful to the National Organizing Committee for the talent and expertise in driving this important 50th anniversary celebration. Development of Grenada's hydrocarbon potential. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to this nation to explore our hydrocarbon potential, even while we diligently pursue renewable energy opportunities. To do otherwise would be a dereliction of our duty as leaders. To advance this agenda, we have already established a technical working group with a clear mandate to, among other key objectives, prepare a roadmap within the next 12 months for the exploration and exploitation of any potential oil and gas resources in our territory. Strengthening parliamentary representation. Mr. Speaker, we campaign on the issue of ensuring that parliamentary representatives are given adequate tools and resources to serve their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the nation would be shocked to be told that parliamentarians who are not cabinet ministers or who are opposition members of parliament only receives a basic parliamentary allowance of $1,474 per month, while a senator receives a basic parliamentary allowance of $852 per month. Mr. Speaker, a member of parliament who is a minister of government or member of the cabinet receives no allowance, no salary, absolutely no resources other than an office space as a member of parliament. Yet, Mr. Speaker, members of parliament are expected to meet and service the basic needs of their constituents without any resources to do so. This is clearly untenable. Mr. Speaker, the experience of other countries, even in our region, is vastly different, ranging from Dominican to Trinidad and Tobago to the Bahamas. Successful governments have shied away from addressing this issue. As members of this House, we should not continue to kick the can down the road for the next generation of parliamentarians. A review of the lack of resources provided to our parliamentarians, which hinders their ability to effectively carry out their duties to their constituency, is a matter that should not clearly get full support from all members of this honorable House. In this context, Mr. Speaker, this government is prepared to bring this matter before the Parliament for deliberation and decision of the House Committee, to be guided by the Commonwealth Parliamentarians' Pay and Remuneration Survey Outcome Report 2020 to 2021, which provides a comprehensive survey of parliamentary salaries and allowance across the Commonwealth nations. For the payment of a parliamentary allowance for all members of Parliament, and the introduction of a constituency provision for each elected members of Parliament. The members of this House, Mr. Speaker, if you are elected by your constituents to serve as the member of parliament, you must be given some resources to serve your constituents. It should not be lowered. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we should propose a salary of $5,000 per month for each elected member of parliament, irrespective of whether you are a member of the government or the opposition. Mr. Speaker, we shall propose a constituency provision of $120,000 per year for each elected member of parliament, irrespective of whether you are a member of government or the opposition. We shall propose a salary of $3,500 to members of the Senate, irrespective of whether you are government, or opposition, or independent appointed senator. Mr. Speaker, we also expect the House Committee to introduce a framework for adequate transparency and accountability in the management of any resources given to elected members of the House of Representatives to assist them in carrying out their service to their constituents. Macroeconomic and social context. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the macroeconomic and social context in which the budget is presented. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 budget is set against a complex macroeconomic backdrop shaped by domestic and external factors. The global economy continues to recover, albeit weaker than originally expected. However, major uncertainties persist, driven by ongoing geopolitical tensions and the lingering of the COVID-19 pandemic. Growth in our major trading partners, the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada, augurs well for the development in our economy. That said, the potential for significant downside risk, including supply chain disruptions, volatile and food and fuels prices, and natural hazard, looms flat, underscoring the importance of resilience in the face of global economic uncertainties. The contrasting landscape of opportunities and risks necessitate a careful recalibration of our macroeconomic and fiscal policies to mitigate this risk, protect our vulnerable citizens, and ensure the advancement of our transformative agenda. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, due to our strong economic management, Grenada has demonstrated impressive resilience in 2023. The economy is estimated to expand by 5.5% this year, 1.9 percentage points more than the 3.6% projected at roughly the same period last year, fueled mainly by the public and private sector construction and continued support and recovery in tourism. Mr. Speaker, inflation remains a challenge. However, inflationary pressures have eased, with headline inflation year-on-year in September declining from 3.1% in 2022 to 2.4% in 2023. Held by government policy to keep price down, including the removal of value-added tax on basic food and other essentials items. Moreover, food inflation for the same period, albeit still elevated, fell from 7.3% to 6.8%. Mr. Speaker, data from the Central Statistics Office indicates that the unemployment situation has seen a massive improvement since the declaration of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020. The unemployment rate has fallen from a high of 28.4% in the second quarter of 2020 to an estimated just under 12% by the second quarter of this year. Youth unemployment, although still elevated, has also declined over the same period. The industries that employ the largest number of people were wholesale and retail trade, construction, agriculture, forestry, and fishing, and education. Mr. Speaker, the government fiscal position has significantly strengthened in 2023, and reducing the public debt vulnerabilities remained a priority. Furthermore, the fiscal sector remains stable and sound, and external stability was well anchored. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, our macroeconomic indicators are expected to remain robust. In 2024, We project further strong economic growth of 3.6% and inflation to continue to ease towards the historical trend of 2%. Mr. Speaker, our policies and programs have spurred growth and the creation of sustainable jobs, empowered by our less fortunate citizens, and create the enabling environment for further macroeconomic and social progress. These achievements, Mr. Speaker, as recognized by reputable regional and international financial institutions, are testimonies of the correctness of our macroeconomic policies. Further details on the macroeconomic and social content for the 2024 budget is included in the Medium-Term Economic and Fiscal Strategy Report 2024 to 2026, which is laid together with the Appropriation 2024 bill. I now wish to provide an update on some of the key initiatives announced in the 2023 budget. Update of some of the key initiatives: the new minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, on account of neglect and disregard for the less fortunate working class in our society by the prior administration, the minimum wage was not adjusted in over a decade. Many of our hard-working citizens were earning as little as $500 a month. As a caring and conscientious government committed to fostering economic justice and uplifting the lives of our citizens, we have taken decisive steps to rectify this unconscionable situation. Effective January 1st, 2024, we will implement a new minimum wage, taking a significant step towards a fair and just economic system. Mr. Speaker, the government has taken the lead by adjusting the minimum wage for several categories of workers, including security officers and cleaners. The progressive policy comes after extensive and widespread consultation across the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique to ensure a balanced approach for employees and employers. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, for the very first time, a basic minimum wage of $60 per day across all sectors will be introduced. Additionally, we will implement the equalization of the minimum wage across gender, a historical move towards ensuring that our women receive equitable compensation for their work as compared with men and vice versa. We wish to record our sincerest thanks to the Minister for Labour, Senator the Honourable Claudette Joseph, and the Minimum Wage Committee for the dedicated and high-quality work which has played a pivotal role in shaping this impactful policy. Public sector pension reform. Mr. Speaker, the NDC administration is committed to sustainable wage bill management and to fostering a happy, optimistic, productive, efficient, and effective workforce. Key to achieving this is the issue of pension reform. Mr. Speaker, through discriminatory employment practices, including various types of contracts, a significant segment of government employees are without a public sector pension. This reform will address the injustice while ensuring that the pension of existing permanent employees is secured. I am pleased to announce that since the establishment of the Pension Review Committee in November of 2022, significant progress has been made in designing a new pension plan, considering key factors raised in consultation with stakeholders. The new defined contribution pension plan, which will now guarantee a pension for government workers who previously did not qualify for a pension, will become effective in the first half of next year. A sum of $1.6 million has been allocated to government contributions to the new pension plan. Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, we wish to record our thanks to the Pension Review Committee. Public service modernization. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the pivotal role of the public service, government is committed to human capacity development and employee well-being. This is no secret that when we assumed office, the public service morale was at an all-time low. Our philosophy is that there is no need for a parallel public service. In other words, there is no need for two employees to be doing the same type and level of work under totally different terms of engagement. We remain committed to fulfilling our promise to regularize the public service by ending discriminatory HR practices and policies. In July 2023, the Cabinet approved the Public Service Regulation Strategy Framework and accompanying guidelines for the appointment on a definitive basis in the public service to guide the regularization of government workers, including workers and imanis. Under this framework, the following is expected. Phase 1, approximately 300 employees will be confirmed by the Public Service Commission, PSC, by December of this year, consisting of officers who are temporary, on probation, on assignment. Phase 2, approximately 1,754 workers to be considered for regularization by December of 2024, consisting of workers holding PSC contracts, government agreement contract, ministry letters, and daily paid instruments. Phase 3, approximately 3,326 workers to be considered for the regularization by December of 2025, consisting of workers holding contracts for service and imanis. Of necessity, Mr. Speaker, regularization will be based on approved objectives criteria. I am pleased to report that as I speak, a substantial number of workers have been already receiving their new letters of appointment. Mr. Speaker, while some may say it could not be done, we are demonstrating how it is done. Reform of the Marketing and National Importing Board, MNIB. Mr. Speaker, this administration has made good progress in fixing the mess that was created by the former administration at the MNIB. Let us not forget the operational and financial problems that we inherited. MNIB could not pay its staff their salaries. They were taking farmers' goods and not paying for them. What a shame. Contributions to the NI staff pension and other creditors were not being met on a timely basis. The bank had served notice to foreclose the Park House property located at River Road. Mr. Speaker, this is what the former administration left in its wake. A bankrupt, failed organization, not even meeting its basic mandate. There are those who would like to play political football with the MNIB and many other important matters. But it is not the policy of this government to preside over failure. We have taken a decisive action to not only address the short-term challenges of MNIB, but also to address the longer-term challenges of transportation, marketing, and exportation of our agricultural and agro-processed product. After widespread consultation, we have made the prudent decision to transition out of MNIB into a largely private sector-led entity. The reform of MNIB was the best option. Mr. Speaker, the reform of the MNIB is progressing reasonably well. As I speak, the following has been realized. The successful refinancing of approximately $5 million of MNIB debt on more favorable terms and conditions, realizing hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings to taxpayers. The settlement of claims to MNIB by MNIB third-party creditors, including farmers and agro-processors, to the tune of $2 million. The settlement of all claims to MNIB staff, including NIS and pension contribution. The receipt of the first draft of the framework for the establishment of a new private sector-led entity. Mr. Speaker, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the new entity will be fully operational by June of 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, while they talk, we do. Amnesty, Mr. Speaker, to support the twin objectives of implementing a new modern tax information system with updated tax records and providing relief to taxpayers in the post-COVID era, we implemented a tax amnesty program. The amnesty has been broadly successful, resulting in additional revenue collections of $23.2 million as at the end of November 2023. Some 6,319 taxpayers benefited from the amnesty. I take this opportunity to strongly encourage all delinquent taxpayers to come forward and settle your arrears before the amnesty expires at the end of December of this year. New tax system. Mr. Speaker, government will roll out the first phase of the new tax system in January of 2024. The Grenada tax, as it would be called, will allow for online filing and payment of the value-added tax, or VAT, the corporate income tax, and the pay-as-you-earn payee tax. The second phase will see the rollout of another tax type such as property tax, stamp duty, and business licensing will take place in the last quarter of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we're excited about the new tax system as it aims to improve the tax experience by leveraging technology and innovation. Mr. Speaker, in the context of the implementation of the new tax system, the Inland Revenue Department will ramp up its enforcement of tax arrears guided by the provisions of the Tax Administration Act, including implementation of the following: the requirement for tax clearance certificate for accessing loans, transfer of property, receipt of government contracts and other such services, liens and garnishment and offsetting of tax against payments for government services. A risk-based approach will be taken, starting with the largest outstanding amounts. Strengthen fiscal resilience. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy seeks to ensure the necessary fiscal space for implementing our transformative agenda, while simultaneously ensuring fiscal and debt sustainability. Our decision to repeal and replace the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2015 with the Fiscal Resilience Act 2023, aimed at simplifying and fortifying our rules-based fiscal framework, has received high praise from the IMF and other international financial institutions. The deposit of 10% of the National Transformation Fund receipt into a contingency or rainy day fund under the National Transformation Regulation has been highly commended. As of the 30th of November 2023, an amount of 19 million has been lodged with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB, in that fund. Mr. Speaker, it is intrusive to note that the former administration willfully and openly ignored the law by not putting a dime into the contingency fund, while giving the false impression that 40% of all NTF receipts were being set aside, and yet they criticized our effort to operationalize this fund. How misleading and deceitful is this? This administration will continue to take bold steps to strengthen our fiscal resilience. Review of the incentive regime. Mr. Speaker, the government established a committee to review the current incentive regime and to better support economic activity and job creation consistent with our vision to transform Grenada. The committee is currently conducting broad-based consultation to help inform the recommendations to this cabinet. The review is expected to be completed during the first quarter of 2024. Year 2, building upon the solid foundation laid. Mr. Speaker, our first budget to this esteemed House focused on laying a solid foundation for sustainable progress for all. Just as a master builder ensures a building's endurance through a solid foundation, so too we have embarked on our journey. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have made remarkable progress thus far. I will go further by making the bold pronouncement that what we have accomplished in many instances in just 1.5 years, the prior administration could not accomplish in 2 decades. The bi-monthly payments of salaries and restoration of public officers' pension are prime example. The strategic focus of our second budget will be on fortifying and expanding the strong foundation that we have laid, ensuring that long-term visions for Grenada remains firmly entrenched. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the specific areas of intervention for 2024. Estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2024. Overview. Mr. Speaker, this administration continues to put people's best interests at the center of its policies. In prioritizing the engagement of our citizens in this important aspect of our country's governance, we actively involve our people in widespread consultations on the 2024 budget. The resulting policies, projects, and programs reflect the valuable insight provided by our citizens of our tri-island states. I wish to record my sincere thanks to our citizens, both home and in the diaspora, who embrace our participatory approach to governance and share your ideas and suggestions with us in helping to shape the 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, as was the case with our first budget, the second budget sets our country and our citizens on a path forward towards resilience, empowerment, and growth. It provides for a total expenditure, including principal repayment, of $1,656,356,499. The overall budget summary is as follows. Recurrent revenue, $1.2 billion. Total grants, $104.6 million. Recurrent expenditure, $901.4 million. Capital expenditure, $419.5 million. Current account surplus, $315.4 million. Principal repayment amortization, $335.5 million. Primary surplus after grants, $57.2 million. Overall surplus after grants, $0.6 million. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 budget is consistent with the Fiscal Resilience Act, which is a testament of this administration's commitment to fiscal prudence and the sustainability of public finances. As a practical example, the average wage bill for the next 3 years is not expected to exceed 10% of GDP, compared to the ceiling of 13% in the Fiscal Resilience Act. Allocations. Mr. Speaker, in terms of strategically significant investment by sectors, we plan to invest heavily in the following critical areas. 1, in the area of health and wellness, we have allocated a sum of $117.9 million, an increase of $3.7 million compared to the 2023 allocation. This is a new record in terms of the highest allocation for the health sector in the history of this country. In education, youth, sports, and culture, we have allocated a sum of $240.5 million compared to the $193.9 million allocated in 2023. A massive increase of $46.6 million. Again, the highest allocation to the education, sports, and culture budget in the history of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $49.2 million to the Agriculture Ministry, a significant increase from the $39.4 million in 2023. It is instructive to note that allocations of $49.2 million does not include provisions for the Climate Smart Agriculture and Enterprise Development Project, $7.8 million, the Grenada Climate Adaptation Project, $0.8 million, and the Agriculture Feeder Rule Project, $7 million. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the total allocation for the sector in 2024 is closer to $64.8 million. Mr. Speaker, this administration is walking the walk when it comes to investing and transforming the agricultural sector and promoting food and nutrition security. To support our infrastructure development, we have allocated a sum of $136.1 million, which falls among the top 5 allocations overall. Mr. Speaker, we plan to invest the substantial sum of $80.3 million to bolster our housing, social, community, and gender initiatives in 2024, an increase of $16.2 million over the 2023 allocation. To bolster citizen safety and national security, we intend to invest in our national security architect, including the Ministry of National Security, the prisons, and police service, a combined total of $121.5 million, an increase of $31.6 million relative to 2020. Mr. Speaker, these allocations are indeed substantial and well targeted. The focus areas are strategically aligned to moving Grenada forward as we begin our journey for the next 50 years. Financing of our 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the 2024 budget is fully financed. Details on the financing of the 2024 budget can be found on page 1 of the memorandum to the 2024 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Thematic areas. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the specific areas of intervention underpinning the 2024 budget aimed at advancing our people-centered transformation. These interventions will be presented under 4 broad thematic areas, namely human development, promoting robust economic growth and job creation, promoting good governance, and enhance climate resilience, environmental sustainability, and renewable energy. Thematic Area 1, human development. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to human development, recognizing it as the cornerstone of our nation's progress. Our strategic aim is to empower our people, boost their productivity, and ultimately equip them to adapt to an ever-changing dynamic future. In this context, Mr. Speaker, allow me to expound on government policies, projects, and programs in the following key areas: health and wellness, education and skills development, youth empowerment, sports and culture, gender equity, housing, social and community empowerment, social protection and safety nets. Advancing our health and wellness agenda. Mr. Speaker, the transformation of our health system will be a legacy of this administration. These are not idle words, even while we recognize the enormity of the challenge that is before us. It is no secret that we inherited a badly broken health system. We remain fully committed to our philosophy of transforming Grenada into the healthcare capital of the Eastern Caribbean, recognizing that it's a key pillar of a modern advanced society. In just under 2 years, we have made significant progress in addressing the many challenges facing the health sector, strengthening human capital resource capacity. Mr. Speaker, chief among the challenges facing the sector is human resources. In the last year, we have taken proactive steps to tackle this challenge, including hiring of additional doctors, nurses, and other health professionals, and providing an honorarium of $6,000 to motivate our nurses, while working hard to address the more long-term challenge of staff regularization and training. Mr. Speaker, while government continues to diligently tackle the long-term HR challenges, the Cabinet has agreed to extend the honorarium of $500 per month for the nurses for a further 12 months, effective January 2020. And to provide an honorarium of $1,000 per month to doctors for the same period. A sum of $4.2 million has been allocated for this purpose. Upgrading health facilities. Mr. Speakers, we have undertaken major upgrades to our health facilities to support primary health care, including at the Hillsborough Smart Health Center, Victoria Medical Station, the Princess Royal and Alice Hospitals, and the Westall and Good Hope Medical Stations. Mr. Speaker, we will pursue the upgrading of several additional facilities in 2024, including Certez Health Center, Granville Medical Station, the Monkridge Medical Station, the New Hampshire Medical Station, and repairs to the operating theater. Building our new medical and technical hospital and teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, a key pillar of our health transformation agenda is the construction of a health complex, the first phase of which is a modern state-of-the-art hospital with teaching facilities through leveraging public and private partnership. In the past year, we have taken a major step towards in advancing this important project. Specifically, we have secured 83.9 acres of land at the Calivini Estate at a cost of $36 million as a site for the build-out of this initiative. Mr. Speaker, the completion of the new hospital is expected to take 36 months. A sum of $7.5 million is allocated for the preparatory works, including architectural and engineering designs. Mr. Speaker, to ensure successful implementation of this critical project, the government intends to secure services of professional advisory, project management, and backstopping support, as well as technical assistance from our regional and international partners. In this regard, a request has already been made to the World Bank for technical assistance. Advancing National Health Insurance, NHI. The establishment of a national health insurance system is another pivotal pillar in our comprehensive transformation agenda for healthcare in our tri-island states. A national health insurance program will support government philosophy to provide universal health care service, ensuring that our citizens, including the less fortunate, can receive high-quality medical attention without financial barriers. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that a contract was signed effectively 1st November 2023 with a Grenadian neurosurgeon and his team to implement phase 1 of the National Health Insurance in the state of Grenada. The go-live date for the inauguration of the National Health Insurance is 24 months. That is by November 2025. Work is in fact started and will be guided by stakeholders, consultation, and key milestones. A sum of $3.5 million has been budgeted for the restart of the National Health Insurance project. Promoting mental wellness. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Health Sector Strengthening Project, with funding support from the Caribbean Development Bank, has started. The strategic aim of this project is to address mental illness and substance abuse in the post-pandemic era. An allocation of $2 million has been made for this project in 2024. Transforming education and skills development. Mr. Speaker, we will remain laser-focused on enhancing education and skills development as the bedrock of the 21st century workforce. Building on the many achievements in this area in the past year, we will redouble our efforts on curriculum reform, vocational training, resilient infrastructure, technology, and education financing. Promoting skills and innovation. Mr. Speaker, in the 2023 budget, we announced a major initiative, the OECS Skill and Innovation Project, to be supported through a concessional loan from the World Bank of $15 million, with the strategic aim of addressing the current skill mismatch that exists between the school system and the job market. Funding approval is expected from the World Bank this month. These funds will be used to strategically strengthen capacity at TAMCC and NULO to deliver high-quality academic programs tailored to the Caribbean reality, which will ultimately contribute to research and innovation that supports local development. The project will also include an innovation grant component to be administered by the small business arm of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. An amount of $0.7 million has been allocated in 2024 for the start of this project. Mr. Speaker, to support entrepreneurship among our young people and to position our citizens more broadly at the vanguard of the 21st century, we will continue to expand opportunities for the proliferation of digital skills in areas such as coding and multimedia. An allocation of $0.8 million has been allocated in the 2024 budget for the expansion of the coding programs in school. Mr. Speaker, more details of this important project will be provided during the budget debate. Resilient school infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we continue to make good progress in transforming our school infrastructure, making them more student-friendly and resilient. Under the Caribbean Development Bank supported Grenada Education and Enhancement Project, GIP Phase 1 and 2, construction works on several schools will continue to start, including the Bishop College in Carriacou, the St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, the Grenada Christian Academy in Paul St. Andrew. The contract for the construction of the Grenada Christian Academy was signed last month, and work is expected to start early in the year at a total cost of $27.4 million. Furthermore, I'm pleased to report that we are on the verge of securing $22 million from the CDB, which will see the start of construction on the St. David's Roman Catholic School, the rehabilitation of St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, and the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, including the procurement of school furniture. Civil works are expected as early as the first quarter of 2024. Added to that, the last week we received the good news from the Global Partnership for Education, GPE, has approved Grenada expression of interest for a grant in the amount of $5 million as an additional co-financing for these school projects. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, with funding from the National Transformation Fund, work on the St. Giles and the Florida Government School will commence next year. A sum of $6.5 million is provided for the school infrastructure enhancement project. Access to education. Mr. Speaker, access to education has lifted many of us out of the clutches of poverty. We introduced our free tuition policy to Niolo and Tamsisi, and we'll broaden the scope of our free tuition program in 2024. An allocation of $3 million has been made for the expansion of this program. Free school meals. We'll remove the requirement for our school children to pay $1 for the primary school meal in the primary schools and $3 in secondary school to ensure that our school children are guaranteed a nutritious and healthy meal while in school. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will save parents an estimated $2.7 million on top of the $3 million saved on tuition fees. Other key policies. We will amend the Education Act to increase the school leaving age to 18 years to take effect in the new school year in September 2024. B, implement the TVEC policy and strategy, and C, launch the CSEC reimbursement program, and amend the early childhood and special education needs policy, among others. Prioritizing our youth. Reimagining the Imanis program. Mr. Speaker, reimagining the Imani program remains one of our top priorities, guided by research and stakeholders' engagement. A major component of our refocus of the program is to provide more industry-ready training opportunities in areas such as communication, technology, ICT, the creative and entertainment industry, and tourism and hospitality. That will lead to sustainable employment and improved livelihoods. Regularization of the Imanis. Mr. Speaker, a major commitment of this administration to regularize the Imanis into sustainable jobs. Like many other promises we have made and have fulfilled, this is also one we intend to honor. The regularization of Imanis will be part of the third phase of the regularization strategy slated for 2025. As an interim step, Mr. Speaker, we will grant all Imanis working in the public service employment contracts. We will change a minimum stipend of $700 per month and pay them a minimum salary of $1,200 per month. At an additional cost of $14 million. Furthermore, government will meet the employer contribution to the National Insurance Scheme for all government employees, including all Imanis who will be granted employment contracts. Mr. Speaker, to all the Imanis, contrary to their lies, this government is not sending you home or getting rid of you, but instead providing you with $14 million and your NIS contribution moving closer to security of tenure. Mr. Speaker, we are not giving the Imani one for the road, but we are giving them their future. Mr. Speaker, government will strongly encourage and support the private sector member and businesses that have benefited from the Imanis program to make all Imanis working with them full-time employees and to adopt a similar approach as the government. Improving sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, as part and parcel of our national sports policy, this administration taking decisive steps to provide quality sporting infrastructure for our sportsmen and women. In this context, Mr. Speaker, we'll undertake the relaying of the track at the Kimani James Athletic Stadium and for the refurbishment of the National Cricket Stadium as two major initiatives. With respect to the latter, the lighting of the National Stadium to facilitate night cricket will be undertaken. Promoting gender equality. Mr. Speaker, our vision for Grenada is a united and inclusive one. We'll continue to prioritize gender equality, recognizing as a fundamental cornerstone of a just and progressive society. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to roll out our gender-responsive budgeting by incorporating gender consideration in our policies and program. The 2024 gender budget statement will be laid in the Parliament in January of 2024. Grenada Spotlight Initiative. Mr. Speaker, grant support provided by United Nations Agency for the Spotlight Initiative, which was ended which targeted ending family violence and all forms of violence against women, has dried up. Government wishes to record its thanks to the UNDP for the most gracious assistance to cover the past years. Given the importance of tackling this issue, government has made provision for the continuation of this initiative from local resources. Emphasizing housing, social and community development. Mr. Speaker, housing, social and community development issues are major concerns of this administration. Allow me to elaborate a few of these issues. In the area of housing, Project 500, Mr. Speaker, this flagship housing program will support the construction of 500 Grenada-style houses through leveraging private partnership. The Cabinet has given Housing Authority of Grenada the mandate to drive this program. An allocation of $9 million is provided for the acceleration of this program in 2024. The Grenada Home Improvement and Resilience Project. Mr. Speaker, the demand for basic housing in Grenada far outstrips the availability. The sum of $14 million is allocated for the continuation of the provisions of material assistance and to support the WASH program. Mr. Speaker, the Water Access and Sanitation in Homes, or WASH program, was launched in St. David's in October of this year. This program is a signature partnership between government, NGOs, private businesses, donor communities, and community groups, and volunteers, with a strategic aim of providing households facing financial challenge in Grenada with access to clean running water and adequate sanitation facilities by 2027. The China Aid Affordable Housing Unit. Mr. Speaker, we reiterate our thanks to the government and people of the People's Republic of China for the gracious donation of the Affordable Housing Unit. We have almost completed the retrofitting of the 647 units that are available for distribution at a cost of $3.2 million. We will start the distribution of these housing units this month. Community development. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the decision to ramp up community development activities to build stronger and more inclusive community. Accordingly, we have increased the community self-help initiatives from $250,000 to $6 million, which factors in a restructuring of the Special Project Program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that the Special Projects Program was moved from the Prime Minister's Office to the Ministry with responsible community development in 2023 budget. More details of these various initiatives to be covered by the community development allocation will be provided during the debate. Supporting social resilience. Mr. Speaker, this government underscores its commitment to uplifting and protecting our less fortunate citizens while simultaneously helping to reduce social vulnerabilities and more broadly. Allow me to elaborate on some of the key ways in which the government is supporting social resilience. Reform of support for educational enhancement and development SEED program. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that we inherited a SEED program that was badly administered and poorly targeted. Our decision to undertake a recertification of the program was well warranted. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the Cabinet has approved for SEED beneficiaries who are 65 years and older, and for SEED beneficiaries with physical disabilities or who are differently able, or those with mental illness, a permanent increase of $200 per month. To take effect from January 2024. Mr. Speaker, this administration gave real and permanent increases, not temporary ones as election gimmicks close to an election. The allocation for the SEED program for 2024 is $21 million. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we have completed the development of the cashless system of payment for SEED beneficiaries, and the new system will take effect from January 24. No longer will our retirees or seed beneficiary will be able to stay in long lines at the Treasury or elsewhere in the country to be able to collect the benefits. National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, this administration has taken the bold and prudent decision which past administration failed to take to bolster the long-term sustainability of the National Insurance Scheme. Further details on the reforms to strengthen the NIS will be outlined in the budget debate. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the second of the 4 thematic areas. Thematic area number 2, robust economic growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, a robust economy delivering sustainable jobs in the back is the bedrock of a thriving society. Through social, economic, and management innovative policies and sustained investment in existing and new sectors, we aim to transform our economy and people to not only adapt to the changes of tomorrow, but to thrive in an ever-changing global landscape. Our strategy places strong emphasis on private sector-led approaches, complemented by proactive government policies. I will expound on this collaborative framework in the following areas: agriculture, food and nutrition security, tourism and hospitality, the creative economy, digital transformation, private sector development, the blue economy, agricultural, food and nutrition security. Mr. Speaker, improving Grenada's food security has never been more urgent. Global disruptions such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine, paired with climate change, continue to negatively impact the production costs of food and the efficiency of food supply chains the world over. Food Security Enhancement Project. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that this major initiative is well on the way and will see serious acceleration during 2024. This $27 million World Bank supported project will provide direct support to farmers and fisher folks, thereby reducing the reliance on food imports and cutting food costs. Key components include increasing production, support for crops, livestock, poultry, and fisheries, providing equipment and training, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, establishing central storage centers, and improving farm road access. An amount of $9 million has been allocated for this project in 2024. Development of the cannabis industry. Mr. Speaker, we remain firmly committed to diversifying our economic base and in finding new modes of economic growth and transformation. In this regard, we are moving ahead with our plans to legalize and decriminalize cannabis to support the exploitation of the plant for medicinal purposes. New legislation to advance this agenda is expected to come on stream during the first quarter of 2024. Other major initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the Food Security Enhancement Project, there are several other major initiatives supported by the transformation of the agricultural sector. This includes the Youth in Agriculture Project, the Spice Replanting Project, the support to agriculture processing and support to poultry initiative, among others, with a combined allocation of roughly $10 million will be implemented in 2024. Enhancing the tourism and hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, the tourism and hospitality sector has been one of the major drivers of economic recovery in the last year, propelled largely by our prudent policies, including improvement in ELIF and marketing and promotion. Ease of travel. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we removed embarkment cards for passengers leaving our shores and installed kiosks at our airports. We'll implement ED cards and online ED cards in the first quarter of 2024. Marketing and promotion. Mr. Speaker, in April of the next year, government will host the state-of-the-art tourism industry conference in the Caribbean, which will be a major boost to our marketing promotion efforts. Promoting yachting. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, we agreed to collaborate with the authorities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the development of the yachting sector. This agreement covers a single shared space between the two countries, wherein both governments are willing to collaborate for the express purpose and intend to elevate the yacht charter experience for all our visitors and to share revenues collected for border clearance. Increase ELIF. Mr. Speaker, one of the drivers of the robust recovery in the tourism and hospitality sector is improved ELIF. We recently secured direct ELIF out of Boston, USA, and to add to the many additional flights to Grenada. We'll bolster our efforts to increase ELIF capacity to the island. As part of this strategy, the Grenada Tourism Authority will be given or will receive $5 million in subvention for the ELIF support. Mr. Speaker, a major development in the signing of ELIF service agreement with the Gulf states of Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. We intend to do so with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to expand travel for tourism and businesses between Grenada and the Middle East. Product enhancement, diversification, and development. Mr. Speaker, the current piecemeal approach to management and operation of our tourism sites limits our product offering and does not complement our ELIF and other targeted initiatives to boost tourism. In 2024, we will undertake a comprehensive review of the current framework and adopt a more efficient and systematic approach to the management and operation of these sites, including leveraging private sector participation. Tourism competitiveness project. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our efforts, the funding for the rehabilitation of the Fort George restoration and the rejuvenation of our undersea sculpture park at Molineux was saved. Mr. Speaker, you will recall this is one of the projects that we inherited from the past administration that was 6 years old with an implementation rate of less than 10%. Mr. Speaker, in an impressively short time span, we moved the implementation rate to 60.5%. Work is progressing smoothly on the restoration and the rehabilitation of Fort George, and the new sculptures depicting our rich history and culture have been laid at the Molineux Undersea Museum, advancing the development of the creative economy. Establishment of the Creative Industries Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have made significant strides in developing the creative industries as a new and exciting pillar of economic growth and job creation. The Cultural and Creative Industry Symposium hosted earlier this year, which brought creative together to showcase the talent, was a major success. The establishment of the Office of Creative Affairs and the introduction of a tax relief package to incentivize entrepreneurship and growth in this sector were also important achievements. One of the many initiatives in the 2024 is the full rollout of the Creative Industries Development Fund, which was launched last Friday with an initial capitalization of $2 million. The fund will provide soft loans, grants, and vouchers to creatives. Digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, Grenada held the position of ICT lead for CARICOM for many years. Regrettably, we have nothing to show for it. Mr. Speaker, in just under 2 years, we have made significant progress in implementing our digital transformation program. Mr. Speaker, in the 2024 budget cycle, we'll advance the following strategic areas under the digital transformation program. We'll work to digitalize the application process for passports and other certificates from the Home Office Department, such as birth and death certificates and other government services, thereby reducing the time and cost for accessing these services. Continue to work with our internet service providers to establish a network of free wireless access area points in every community, school, government office, tourism site, and recreational park. The expansion of education and training in coding and other critical IT skills. Mr. Speaker, more information on our achievements and detailed plans for the digital transformation will be provided during the budget debate. Promoting private sector development. Mr. Speaker, our dedication to positioning the private sector as the lead sector in driving economic activity and job creation is not rhetoric, but a tangible commitment backed by concrete actions and strategic initiatives. Allow me to highlight some of the key initiatives. Development of the former Kawana Bay project site. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that when we assumed office in June of 2022, Grenada faced an arbitration claim for more than $100 million from the developers of the Kawana Bay project. The project site was closed and abandoned with no work taking place. Mr. Speaker, this administration has successfully negotiated the amicable settlement of this claim and acquired the freehold interest in the property for only $22 million, paving the way for the continued development of this site starting next year. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the government has closed an agreement with the Joya de Caribes developers of Silver Sand for the lease, yes, lease, not sale, of the site for the development of a 5-star hotel to be completed within the next 36 months. This development will add significant hotel room to our current stock and creating hundreds of sustainable jobs. The payment structure involves a US $8 million cash payment to the Treasury and the relinquishing of leasehold interest in Riviera site adjacent to the Cameron Park. Mr. Speaker, this is a major accomplishment of this government. The Riviera site will be named Heroes Park and be developed accordingly in honor of our heroes home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, contrast this to the outright sale of the Kawana Bay site by the former administration in the critical tourist belt. A clearly unpatriotic policy by the former administration, which not only robs us from our patrimony, but retards the development of our important tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, this administration hereby reiterates its commitment to protecting our patrimony so that future generations of Grenadians can continue to benefit from the courage, hard work, resilience, and success of our people. Growth and development in the hotel sector. Mr. Speaker, Grenada is on the verge of a major boost in the growth and development of our hotel sector, marked by a significant increase in high-quality hotel rooms and the generation of sustainable tourism jobs. Mr. Speaker, permit me to briefly add some of these developments. Six Senses Resort. Mr. Speaker, this 100-room hotel development in Las Vegas is scheduled to open in May of 2024. Between 350 and 400 jobs were generated during the construction phase. Some 194 permanent jobs will be created during the operational phase. Silver Sands Beach Resort. This 30-room resort development in Point Selene will be open next Monday, the 11th of December 2023, creating approximately 72 permanent jobs. Mr. Speaker, this hotel is in the process of acquiring lands and will embark on further expansion of the hotel in 2024. Mr. Speaker, construction works on several other projects, including Intercontinental Resort in Las Vegas, St. Davis, and the Port Louis expansion in Langan Road are expected to accelerate in 2024. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, upgrade and renovation works at the Spice Island Beach Resort were also completed recently. Finally, Mr. Speaker, of significant note is the planned commencement of the redevelopment of the old St. George University site on Grandins Beach into a major hotel development. Mr. Speaker, these and other projects will add significant high-quality hotel rooms, generating significant economic activity and thousands of sustainable jobs. Expansion of stimulus for non-priority sectors. Mr. Speaker, early this year we launched an incentive package on selected building materials, equipment, capital goods, and other critical input for non-priority sectors projects to drive economic activity and jobs. These concessions are tied to the review of the current incentive regime alluded to earlier. Several major projects are benefiting from this initiative, including CITEC development in St. Andrews and the Rams project at the Lansopine Grand Anse intersection in St. George. Mr. Speaker, this stimulus package will be extended to June of next year and upon completion of the review of the incentive regime, whichever is sooner. Support to the MSME development. Mr. Speaker, we reiterate the critical importance of supporting the creation of a new micro, small, and medium enterprise and the expansion of existing ones in delivering sustainable jobs throughout the state of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we firmly believe that there are critical synergies to be exploited between the Grenada Investment Development Corporation and the Development Bank. These include leveraging the significant asset of the GIDC to raise financing to better promote a vibrant private sector. In this regard, we will initiate a comprehensive study to guide the merger of the two entities aimed at catalyzing private sector-led and tourism transformation. To support this objective, the following areas will be pursued in 2024. Injection of $2.0 million in equity into the Grenada Development Bank to support the bank in raising capital. The extension of the concession regime for MSME for a further period of 12 months to December 2024. The provision of competitive matching innovation grants up to $30,000 US for beneficiaries through the Grenada Investment Development Corporation as part of the OECD Skill and Innovation Project. The provision of grant financing to farmers through the Grenada Development Bank as part of the challenging grant component of the GCRUISE project. 245 farmers are expected to benefit from the grant financing to support irrigation, water storage, and construction of shade houses at a cost of $6.8 million. The provision of grant financing by the Ministry of Agriculture to support young farmers through the CARICOM Development Fund supported Youth in Agriculture initiative. Facilitating exports. Mr. Speaker, increasing exports while reducing our dependence on imports is crucial to building economic and social resilience and sustainability. Government continues to pursue actions to address our export-import imbalances, such as strengthening the Grenada Bureau of Standards to facilitate outside marketing access and enhance the competitiveness of our Grenada food export. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the ever-challenging dynamics of the global market, in 2024, government will develop a new national export strategy with a strategic aim of redefining and revitalizing Grenada's approach to international trade. Strengthening citizenship by investment program. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's citizenship by investment program has evolved over the years, becoming a significant contributor to the government revenues, tourism, and job creation. Our program continues to be one of the best with deeply entrenched, robust due diligence process. In 2024, we will continue to pursue strategies to mitigate risks to the following program. Currently, we are actively examining the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, November 2023 report, and will take the necessary actions to implement the recommendations in the report, This will aid the strengthening of the design, implementation, and oversight of the program. Some of the recommendations have already been implemented in our CBI program. The blue economy. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the tremendous potential to diversify our economy by leveraging our ocean resources, we will pursue, among other key initiatives, the following three key deliverables in 2024. The establishment of a Blue Economy Secretariat to effectively streamline and guide the blue economy development activities. 2, the finalization of the national ocean policy to provide a strategic roadmap to guide the sustainable use and management of our marine resources. And 3, the establishment of integrated coastal zone management unit to ensure compliance with the 2019 Coastal Zone Act. Thematic area number 3, promoting good governance. Mr. Speaker, good governance is a necessary condition for the overall well-being and prosperity of our nation. This government stands by its commitment to raise the quality of life for all Grenadians, and we intend to do so in a just and sustainable manner. Under Pillar 3, I will speak to the following priority areas: prudent economic management, public service transformation, labor relations, oversight of state bodies, the judiciary, citizen safety and national security, clerical and diplomatic affairs, foreign policy. Prudent economic management. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding being called young and inexperienced, we have managed the Grenadian economy with distinction. In a release published by the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, about 2 weeks ago, following a staff mission, the Grenadian economy was given a clean bill of health. To quote the release, the Grenadian economy continues to grow robustly, supported by the public and private sectors, construction, and sustained strong tourism activity. The authorities are advancing an ambitious fiscal reform agenda. Mr. Speaker, the contents of the release is not surprising to us. It speaks to our ability to prudently manage the affairs of this country. Allow me to elaborate. Mr. Speaker, we saved £16.4 million sterling out of a total of £22.9 million that was lost by the former administration under the Caribbean Infrastructure Partnership Facility, UKCIF, for the South St. George Water Storage Expansion Project and the Western Main Road Corridor Project due to poor implementation. Mr. Speaker, this is an indisputable fact. And despite all the evidence to support this, the members on the other side continue to spew lies and propaganda on this matter. We successfully negotiated $100 million from the Saudi Development Fund for the Climate Smart project at an interest rate of 1.5%, not the 1.75 spoken by the other side, with a grace period of 7 years and a repayment terms of 25 years. Mr. Speaker, this loan is highly concessional, and so far, through our prudent approach, we have secured the most favorable terms and conditions in the region. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we were able to successfully negotiate the inclusion of a hurricane and pandemic clause in the agreement. In other words, Grenada has the benefit of suspending payments for a reasonable period to allow the economy to recover in the event of an economic disruption from a natural hazard or pandemic without the loan going into default. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, Grenada is rated as in debt distress by the international financial institutions. Furthermore, Grenada has a credit rating of selective default. This position stems from the debt arrears owing to Libya, Algeria, and Trinidad and Tobago of approximately $40 million, which the past administration failed to resolve. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully negotiated the resolution of the $5 million of this amount owing to Libya as we work towards improving Grenada creditworthiness. We are working on the restructuring of the Trinidad and Tobago and Algeria arrears so that we can remove the selected default credit rating. This administration successfully negotiated $30 million in budgetary support from the World Bank in July of this year at a zero interest rate, 10 years grace, and 40 years to repay based on the satisfactory completion of a suite of structural reforms. $5 million of this amount has been earmarked to complete the Fort George project. Mr. Speaker, you will never hear the naysayers speak of this. Mr. Speaker, the structural reforms include transitioning NADBA to a statutory body to strengthen its ability to respond to disaster and climate-related emergencies and to build our resilience to climate-related events. The establishment of the Unemployment Insurance Fund at the National Insurance came to allow persons to become unemployed and to claim and be paid unemployment benefits. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, this administration is making contribution into a rainy day fund at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank of 10% of the National Transformation Fund receipts. Mr. Speaker, we implemented second economic and fiscal policies within months, something the former administration could not do in decades. We were told that the bi-monthly payments was a press of the button. For decades, nothing happened, which is the hallmark of the legacy of poor implementation. When we announced this policy, they said it could not happen. In less than 1 year, public servants are happily receiving their twice monthly payments. Mr. Speaker, to drive economic activity, we introduced new concessions to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and for non-priority projects. Additionally, we strengthened the fiscal planning authority to reduce the huge backlog of applications we inherited. Furthermore, we reduced the government fees to register a company by 50%. To tackle the impact of food and fuel inflation on the population, especially the less fortunate, we implemented a suite of relief measures, including a 50% cut in VAT on electricity, a $10 electricity subsidy for poor households, removal of VAT on 19 basic food and other essential items, temporary removal of the petrol tax from 5,050 cents for a period of 3 months, and subsequently implemented a lower rate of $3.50. Mr. Speaker, tell me if this is not the attitude of a caring, proactive, and responsible government. Mr. Speaker, we maintain fiscal discipline by spending within our means. The primary surplus of that grant is estimated at 7.6% of GDP this year, compared to a flow of 3.5%. To further demonstrate our commitment to fiscal prudence while creating the necessary fiscal space to meet the needs of our nation, we strengthen our fiscal framework through the new Fiscal Resilience Act. We have met our commitments to our workers, the private sector, and our creditors on a timely basis, resulting in no unpaid claims above the standard credit period of 6 years. We have borrowed consistently with our debt management strategy, which focuses primarily on borrowing on concessional terms. Our efforts to improve the administration and collection of taxes have resulted in a record revenue performance in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on, but in the interest of time, more details will be left for the debate. Modernizing labor relations. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the crucial importance of good governance, relations, and industrial peace, this administration has taken concrete steps to demonstrate our commitment in this regard, including addressing the minimum wage. A new minimum wage order will come into effect in January of 2024. The speedy resolution of the industrial dispute and the amicable negotiation and settlement of salaries and fringe benefits with public workers. In 2024, we will work even more diligent to further strengthen the labor market, including through the enactment of a revised labor code, financing the governance of state bodies. Mr. Speaker, we have made tremendous progress in enhancing the financial and operational performance and governance of our over 30 statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises, and commissions. Details of the performance of statutory bodies and state-owned enterprises can be found in Section 2.3 of the Medium-Term and Fiscal Strategy Report 2024 to 2026. That is laid as part of the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, that said, it will be remiss of me not to say a few words on the major shift in the governance framework of these bodies. As of today's date, 100 directors have completed the Directors' Education and Accreditation Program of the Corporate Governance Institute of Canada, facilitated by the Eastern Caribbean Securities Exchange, ECSC. Mr. Speaker, under the former administration, not only were directors selected but largely on who they vote for, they were never equipped to take on these important roles. Our approach is a significant pivot from those previous policies that led to the likes of the MNIB and other failed statutory bodies. Moreover, our policy regarding the governance of state bodies is guided by competence, youth participation, and gender equality. Prioritizing the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, our focus for 2024 is the advancement of our Halls of Justice project. The scope of this project has been expanded to include the building of a Hall of Justice in Carriacou. Preparatory works are ongoing, and we look forward to advancing the work in the coming year. An allocation of $2 million is budgeted for the continuation of this project in 2024. Citizen safety and national security. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work diligently to maintain Grenada's reputation as one of the safest places in the region and the world to work and live. The focus for 2024 will be on the following: strengthen the human resource capabilities of the police, prisons, and other national security institutions through the hiring and training of new recruits for the RGPF to achieve the full strength of 1,200 personnel, and the hiring of a human resource specialist and a planner for the RGPF to improve the use of human resources. The introduction of the CCTV cameras across the public space and other vulnerable spots across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, along with legislation to allow the use of footage as evidence in court proceedings. Amendments to the Firearms Act in the first quarter of 2024 to provide much stiffer penalties for persons convicted of possession, trading, and use of illegal arms. Strengthening of community policing. Provisions of counseling service to address post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and of comprehensive psychological support toward dedicated law enforcement personnel. Optimizing the operations of the RGPF by reevaluating the structure and eliminating non-essential departments to free up the RGPF resources and enhance its ability to fulfill its core function. Mr. Speaker, with respect to His Majesty's prisons, in addition to the strengthening human resource capacity, emphasis will be placed on infrastructure enhancement, enhancing rehabilitation efforts, and promoting the self-sufficiency within the prison system, reinvigorating the economy of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, advances have been made in the past year in advancing our transformative agenda in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Several major projects have been completed or nearing completion. One such significant development is the 800 kilowatt solar PV project with battery storage which will displace 60% of the diesel used to generate electricity for Carriacou, saving significant foreign exchange. This project will be launched in January of 2024, generating a significant employment opportunities on the Swiss Isle. We thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for this gracious donation. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention another significant development. The Cabinet recently approved additional responsibility to the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the management of their affairs. Mr. Speaker, a major initiative for the Carriacou and Petite Martinique is the development of an undersea museum and sculptural park, which will add significant culture, artistic, and touristic value to our already beautiful sister isle. Accordingly, the budget for Carriacou and Petite Martinique for 2024 has increased from $22.8 million to $33.4 million, an increase of $10.6 million relative to the 23 allocation. The Minister of Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs will elaborate on the key interventions for 2024. Prioritizing foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, we are taking a purposeful approach to foreign policy in support of our transformative agenda. Significant strides have been made in the appointment training, and installation of our personnel across our missions globally. In addition to the consulate in Dubai, we will establish a high commission in Ottawa, the political capital of Canada, an embassy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we have begun establishing diplomatic relations with several African countries. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will provide further details on developments in this area. Mr. Speaker, diaspora affairs is another critical aspect of our strategy, having already established a Grenada Diaspora Advisory Council and the appointment of an ambassador of diaspora affairs. Thematic Area 4, Enhancing Climate Resilience, Environmental Sustainability and Renewable Energy. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the escalating and devastating risk posed by climate change to our way of life and livelihoods. We remain resolute to our commitment to combating climate change, not only through our own efforts, but also through advocacy and strategic alliances. Under this pillar, I wish to elaborate on the following key areas: supporting electricity transitioning, greening up the transport sector, geothermal development project, transformative physical infrastructure, supporting electricity transitioning. Mr. Speaker, government is exploring every opportunity to transition the electricity sector towards renewable energy as far as it's practicable, including using solar, geothermal, and wind energy. A major opportunity exists to develop two major solar farms, one at the Maurice Bishop International Airport and the other at Pearls and St. Andrews. Combined, these sites have a potential to generate at least 17 megawatts of solar generated power backed by battery storage. Concessional funding has been identified for this major development and is expected to come on stream next year. Greening the transport sector. Mr. Speaker, to further support the greening of the transport sector, we will remove all duties, taxes, and fees on the importation of electrical vehicles, as well as charging stations. Furthermore, we will only charge 25% duties, taxes, and fees on hybrid vehicles, providing additional incentives for individuals and businesses. Mr. Speaker, government also lead by example in transitioning its existing fleet of vehicles to electrical vehicles or hybrid vehicles. Accordingly, government will target 100% of all vehicles purchased next year to be electrical or hybrid vehicles. Geothermal development project. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to moving ahead with our efforts to develop a 15 megawatts geothermal plant on two sites in our rural community. This project will bring significant opportunities to parish of St. John and St. Patrick. Work is ongoing with support grant through the Caribbean Development Bank and the Government of New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, we are actively pursuing additional grant funding to cover the initial phase of this project leading up to the resource determination stage. An amount of $3.6 million will be budgeted for this project in 2024. Transformative fiscal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on building the necessary physical infrastructure, including through leveraging public-private partnerships that will support and propel our nation into a new era of sustainable growth and development. In this vein, we are continuing to explore the feasibility for a major road infrastructure project that will transform the economic and social architecture of the western corridor from St. George to St. Patrick, reducing the travel time by more than half. That notwithstanding, government will undertake the rehabilitation of the existing western main road, focusing on a reduced scope, specifically addressing resurfacing of the existing road and straightening hairpin corners. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister with responsibility for infrastructure will speak to the major physical infrastructure projects such as the Climate Change Infrastructure Project, the Grenada Climate Resilient Water Sector Project, GCRUISE, the Cliff Rehabilitation Project, Springs/Woodlands to Cliff/Munjali Junction, the South St. George Water and Sewage Expansion Project, the Grenada Resilience Improvement Project, GRIP, the Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Building Project, the St. John's River Flood Mitigation Project, the Coastal Protection for the Shoreline of Soteres Bay, and the Molina Landscape Rehabilitation, among others. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to generate hundreds of construction jobs and support the further reduction in the unemployment rate. Economic reforms. Mr. Speaker, this budget is responsive to the near-term challenges as well as the longer-term development needs of our nation. In this section, I will elaborate on the reform of existing policy to enhance long-term growth and competitiveness and relief measures to reduce already the impact of inflation on the population. Structural policies. Mr. Speaker, to support our transformative agenda, the following structural reforms will be implemented in 2024. A review of the current driver's licensing framework to include reducing the age category for D-class licenses and above, as well as facilitating the provision of training for drivers of heavy equipment and truck. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to address bottlenecks in the construction and agriculture sector, where machine operators and young farmers who are in the most fruitful years of their lives between 18 and 25 years of age are legally barred from operating certain vehicles and heavy equipment, creating unnecessary labor shortage. These policies should be implemented by the first quarter of 2024.
National Lotteries Authority is a proud sponsor of many cultural activities within the Tri-Island state of Grenada.
My name is Anderson Matheson, also known as Leftis, and I'm a calypsonian and string band music player from Carriacou. I support the games of the National Lottery Authority because culture benefits tremendously. Annually, the NLA supports the Carriacou and Petit Martinique Carnival, the Carriacou String Band Music Festival, and all regattas, among other activities. When I play the game of the NLA, I can see where my money goes, and it's an investment into our culture.
Yes, Grenada, when you play the games of the NLA, you enable us to invest in the skills and talents of our people in the areas of sports, culture, and nation building.
Good morning, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Mid-Morning Draw for today, Monday, December 4th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me this morning is Ms. Dion Francis from RSO & Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this draw is conducted in an accountable manner, and the game balls with the industry standards and no waste tampered with. At this time, your tickets at hand. It's Daily Pick 3. It pays to play. Good luck. First up this morning is check your tickets in the meantime. First number is 9, second number. Second number is 4, third and final number. Number is 3. Let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number up is 9. The second, 4. Third and final is 3. So that's 9, 4, and 3. Congratulations, all winners. For Daily Pick 3 tickets drawn last Saturday evening, we had a total prize payout of $9,560 with a total of 46 winners. Congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next, we get to play with Multi-X Draw. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another Play with Multi-X Mid-Morning Draw for today, Monday, December 4th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me again is Ms. Dion Francis from RSO & Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this draw is conducted in an accountable manner, and the game balls with industry standards and no waste tampered with. Let's play with value your dreams win your way. Good luck. This morning's winning query number is, check out the tickets in the meantime. This morning's winning query number is 1. Let's recap the number 01. 1 represents the dream symbol sun.
Congratulations, all winners. It's now time for the multi-X draw. Gentle reminder of the ongoing promotion with a 2X ball drop, which goes from now until December 30th. It's time to select your winning ball. Good luck to you. This morning's winning multi-X ball is 3X. Let's recap. This morning's winning multi-X ball is 3X. Congratulations, all winners. For Fluid multi-X tickets drawn last Saturday evening, we had a total prize payout of $52,160 with a total of 337 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next, we get a daily cash flow draw. We'll see you really soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another daily cash for mid-morning draw for today, Monday, December 4th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me once again is Ms. Dion Francis from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this draw is conducted in an accountant manner, of the game balls with industry standards and no is tampered with. This time, your tickets at hand. It's daily cash for more plays, bigger prizes. Let's find out what this morning's winning numbers will be. Good luck to you. Okay, check your tickets. First number this morning is. First number up is 3. Second number. Second number is 5. Third number up. Third number is 8. Fourth final number. Final number is 5. Let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number up is 3. The second, 5. Third, 8. Fourth and final is 5. So that's 3, 5, 8, and 5. Congratulations, all winners. For daily cash for tickets drawn last Saturday evening, we had a total prize payout of $3,100 with a total of 15 winners. Congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Reminding you as always to go out and grab your tickets for the midday games, because when you do, you help to support sports, culture, and the nation building. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
Toilet papers, liquid, baths and gels, soap and hand soap, laundry soap, bars, liquid and powder. All female sanitary hygiene products, including sanitary napkins, tampons and panty liners, and condoms. In addition, Mr. Speaker, government will place all the above listed products that are currently not on the price control list on the price control list for active monitoring by the Price Consumer Affairs Division to ensure that consumers do not suffer from wholesale or retailers engaging in price gouging on these items. The wholesale and retail markup will be determined after consultation with industry stakeholders. Government will maintain the fixed price of $40 on the 20-pound gas cylinder. The total estimated revenue foregone for the two above measures is $5.5 million. We will maintain the reduced rate of petrol tax at $3.50 per gallon instead of the $5.50 on duty paid sales at an estimated foregone revenue of $18.8 million. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll maintain electricity subsidies of $10 per month for all residential consumers up to 99 kilowatts per month at an estimated cost of $2.4 million. Mr. Speaker, the total package of targeted and impactful relief measures will cost more than $26.7 million. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget by the people and for the people. The most vulnerable workers of our nation will benefit from the minimum wage increase come January 2024. The private sector will benefit from the spin-off effects of our projects and programs as well as our policies, such as the expansion of temporary incentives to macro, small and medium-sized enterprise and non-priority sector projects. Our young people in the Imani programs who are working in the public sector will benefit from an increase in their minimum monthly pay to $1,200 per month and an improvement in the security of tenure and their placement in government contracts pending full regularization to the public service. Our students and parents will benefit from free tuition and free meals program, which will cost government close to $6 million in 2024. Our less fortunate household will benefit from improved water and sanitation through the WASH program. Mr. Speaker, our elderly over 65 years who are on the SEED program will benefit from an increase of an additional $200 per month to cover their medical and other expenses. Our citizens with disabilities, including mental illness, who are on the SEED program will also benefit from additional $200 to support their upkeep. Mr. Speaker, our policies, projects, and programs in this budget will create significant employment opportunities for the benefit of those who are currently unemployed. Our citizens, particularly our less fortunate, will benefit from our cost of living relief measures on food and fuel. Mr. Speaker, our public servants will benefit from a 4% increase in their salaries, as well as our policy on staff regularization. Our workers and contract will benefit from regularization and a contributory pension plan. Mr. Speaker, these are examples of the ways in the 2024 budget will tangibly impact the citizens next year. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I once again give thanks to God Almighty for many blessings bestowed upon us this past year. Our journey to transform our beautiful country, which started roughly 18 months ago, is bearing abundant fruit. We continue to lay a solid foundation for the future prosperity. The harmony that our nation has witnessed in the past year has not been seen in decades. Our economy is growing robustly and investor confidence remains high. Our citizens are finding employment to sustain their livelihoods. We continue to provide safety nets for our less fortunate. There is a renewed sense of hope in our nation and people. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we feel proud of our stewardship and are energized to continue to work for the people of Grenada. We remain humble, recognizing that our success are of God, as we reflect on the words of Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31, and I quote, "But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount upon with wings like eagles, and they shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, as we recognize the need for continued efforts to ensure that all who can work find employment, and that no one, our young people, our elderly, persons with disabilities, our less fortunate, is left behind, that collectively as a nation we aspire, build, and advance. As we look forward to the next 50 years, we call for unity as a nation, for it is written in the Holy Scriptures in Mark chapter 3, verse 25. If a house is divided against itself, that house would not be able to stand. Let us unite and build Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We owe this much to our future generations of Grenadians to leave behind better than what we inherited. The people of Grenada has given the National Democratic Congress administration the strong mandate to lead this nation in the most exciting period in our history as we reflect on the 50 years and look forward ahead to the next 50. We reaffirm our commitment to work in your interest in 2024 under the theme Grenada at 50, empowering our people, transforming our nation. Let us unite and build Grenada. Let us put Grenada first. Acknowledgements. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not take this opportunity to thank all our friends and partners who have helped us through our journey. As you can appreciate, our list of acknowledgements is extremely long. Therefore, a detailed list can be found in Appendix 2 of this statement. Permit me to, however, to mention just a few. We cannot thank enough the Creator. Allow me to reiterate sincere gratitude to the Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues. We are a great team of men and women who love Grenada and are committed to serving you. I wish to also thank all those who contributed to the preparation and presentation of the 2024 budget and accompanying documents, including staff of the various ministries and departments, statutory bodies, state-owned enterprise, and all other public officers. Permit me to especially thank the permanent secretaries, advisors, and staff of the Ministry of Finance who have worked tirelessly in the past year in less than ideal working environment. I must also mention the Attorney General and the staff, the Cabinet Secretary, the Press Secretary, and many others who played various roles in the budget preparation process. I wish to record my thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, and the Clerk of Parliament and his staff, who have given me full support in facilitating the delivery of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, finally, allow me to reiterate my appreciation to my constituents of St. Patrick East for their support and confidence in my representation in this honorable House. Thank you, and may God continue to bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance, for your budget presentation. Do you have government business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment of the sitting until Thursday, the 7th of December at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sitting be adjourned until Thursday, the 7th at 9 in the forenoon. I just wish to, sorry, Prime Minister.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be remiss of us all if we didn't honor the late Adrian Spaceman Mitchell by a moment of silence. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave and the concurrence of the House, I hope I'd wish to move a motion, Mr. Speaker, that we all stand and pay tribute in a moment of silence in recognition of his service to this House and to his constituents and the country of Grenada.
Agreed, Honourable PM. I invite members to stand as we observe 1 minute silence in respect of the late Adrian Mitchell, former MP. Thank you. Just to remind the honourable members that the sitting on Thursday, the 7th, will be a brief one. We just stood in respect of the the late MP Adrian Mitchell, and we're hoping to be able to close Thursday sitting by 12, So members will have the time to go up to, is it Riverside? To Riverside to be part of this funeral service. I am informed that the Honorable Prime Minister has to pay tribute there, and I'm sure there are others, members of Parliament, who would have to be there. Right? So let us try to bear in mind that we need to start early on Thursday 9 and to close by 12. So members will have a chance to get up to Riverside and to be part of this state funeral on Thursday. All right? With that said, I hereby inform the Honorable House that the sitting is now adjourned until Thursday the 7th at 9 a.m. in the forenoon.
There we had at the conclusion of the presentation of the estimates of revenue and expenditure by Finance Minister, the Honorable Dennis Conwell, just about 1 hour 45, 1 hour 40 something minutes there in that presentation. Randall, as we were anticipating, a lot was shared this morning.
A lot was shared.
Yes, and it's almost as if some may say that maybe we had a peak of the budget because it seemed to have centered on our discussion.
Yes, certainly.
Before.
And you know, it's interesting because I'm looking at a little bit of a summary that we would have seen and that we saw, actually. I'm trying to get out of this would have thing, you know, that we saw. So we had $5,000 per month to each elected member of Parliament. This is new. Well, it's an increase because I believe they were getting $1,200 a month before, and this is, you know, this is irrespective of whether you're a member of the government or the opposition. Once you're an MP, you will now receive a salary, a monthly salary of $5,000 per month. That's significant, and I believe that people have been asking for this to happen for the longest while. I see that there's a proposal for a constituency allowance of $10,000 per month. It's $120,000 per year, and this is for irrespective of whether you're a member of government or not, because democracy must be financed. And once the people have chosen their representative, the representative ought to be given the resources to be able to deal with the people's issues, right? And so this is significant, you know, that this is happening now, and members of the Senate as well now receiving $3,500.
Yeah, so we see an increase. There will be an increase across the board for some of our parliamentarians. And to add to this, Randall, it's important that we also get people to understand that it would not just be us breaking, because we cannot break down the budget. We usually have to bring the economists here to do that. But just highlighting some of the key areas, key elements that that were discussed or rather presented this morning. We will, though, be bringing in a number of people to share.
Yes, certainly.
We will be starting off with Prime Minister.
Yes.
On his views on that, and other ministers, as we sort of just go back now and breaking down some of the key areas. But I think we should also note the increase, the honorarium that was given to nurses that was announced in last year's budget. It will continue this year, and now including the doctors.
Doctors, yes.
I think we started speaking about our healthcare, ensuring that we energize the personnel who are given that responsibility to administer care, and with that, I'm sure it would be a bolster.
Yes, certainly. I see that the doctors are given an honorarium of $1,000 as well, which is brilliant. Oh, I see the Honorable Prime Minister has joined us.
Yes, as we said, we will be speaking with some of the ministers and so on. We're starting off with the Prime Minister.
Yes.
He is already on set with us, and our Minister of Finance. So we have our first and second year presenters. Prime Minister, good afternoon, and thank you so much for being here with us. Also, Minister Cornwall, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here.
It is one to have you. Well, I did not have you so close to me last time, but it's a pleasure to have you here this time. Let's start off with you, of course. Comments on the budget, General. I know you might have seen it before as you have that opportunity, but your whole overview on expectations.
I think the summary of the Minister of Finance, that it's a budget of the people and for the people, by the people, I think is my general comment on the budget. We engage in extensive budget consultations pre the budget. A lot of the measures speak specifically to people, while at the same time continuing to lay the strong foundation for a lot of the institutional strengthening and transformative changes that we need to look at. And I can give an example like healthcare.
Yes.
I think we know fixing healthcare is not going to be an immediate fix, it's going to be a long-term process. We have to build out the ecosystem to do so. So while we have medium to long-term goals of new teaching hospital, etc., in the meantime, we still have to fix the many challenges we have with just trying to retain healthcare professionals, for example. And so you've seen we've maintained the allowance to the nurses. We've now introduced an allowance to the doctors. These are small measures, but it signals our intent to treat seriously with the human resource challenges we face. We talked a lot about education. One way of solving the healthcare issue, as well as making sure that we have sufficient number of persons going into that field from an education perspective. That again is a medium to long-term approach. So there are a number of initiatives that I think we are going to take obviously over the next year and in the medium term to address some of the more complex issues. But at the same time, we recognize that people also need to address some of the immediate needs. So it's an attempt to balance both of them.
Yes.
And I saw, Prime Minister, your attempts to regularize the public service, starting with a few people next year, increasing to over 1,000 in 2025, and then 3,000 odd in 2026. That is really commendable, and of course it gives the young people, especially who have been there, I know you're trying to deal with the people who have been there more than 10 years on contract, some comfort. And as we deal with the Imani situation and so on in 2026, when, in that time we would be able to train them up and get them to where you want them to be, especially in the public service, and so you can regularize those there. So I've seen all of these presented there, and what was the thinking there?
Well, I think, first of all, the challenge with the Imani program is, it was meant to be a training program with the idea that you would be trained up and obviously become a skilled or a semi-skilled employee that can get on with your life. Unfortunately, in many instances, it's become a trap where persons essentially are paid trainee wages, which is beneath the minimum wage, and wages that you simply cannot survive on. And once you go back, say, 12 or 18-month period, if all that, on such wages, then you're essentially in a poverty cycle. You can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of your family. So the first thing for us, I think, is recognizing that we need a medium to long-term fix, but in the meantime, people need to be able to take care of themselves. So that's why we will have increased the minimum from 700 to 1,200. That is why we are beginning to move them onto contracts as the next step. That is why we will pay the NIS, because we recognize that, again, if you are not paying NIS, you can't benefit from any of the social safety net that NIS offers, whether it's sick leave, maternity leave, unemployment benefits, which has now been introduced. So we recognize that in the medium term, in the short term, we have to address those issues as well. We also asking the private sector to do the same, because at the end of the day, we can't exploit old people. We can't have a situation where people are actually working and then you're paying them trainee jobs. I mean, beyond the training period. If they can do the job, if they're doing the job well enough, then they deserve to be treated as employees who would have trained in your system and can do the job. So that's part of the thinking behind that. But we also want to stress the questions of the TVET and the vocational training and our skills. And one of the things we have to appreciate here in Grenada is that there is really no age limit to go into school. Too often we feel that once we go past 16 or 18, that school is finished. The bottom line is we have to learn to train and retrain ourselves and retool ourselves to get the jobs or to create the demand where the supply needs it for the type of skill sets that we need. So one of the things we have to do as adults is to recognize that if you're unemployed and you work, for example, in the hotel business all your life and your hotel closed down, but there's an opportunity for you to do work in the construction industry, you can do a 6-month training course and then move into the construction industry. So that is why we need the technical and vocational training institutions to be institutions that are not just targeting young people, but they're targeting unemployed persons who need to change their skill set or improve or increase or broaden their skill set so that they can actually get employment much faster.
Yes, Prime Minister. And Minister of Finance, how is are people taking you up on the offer for amnesty?
Well, I believe that thus far we have been quite successful with the amnesty. In fact, at the end of November, we were able to collect $23.2 million in revenues that back arrears. We've also been able to impact over 6,000 plus taxpayers. We do still encourage our delinquent taxpayers to come forward and make good their tax payments before the end of December, when this amnesty will be closed for good. If you do not come next year, those chances will not be available, and you will be facing exactly what the Indian Revenue has in their chest to be able to deliver to you. So I would still encourage you to basically take the time remaining. You've got a month thereabout to go in and make good your tax payment.
Bite-sized plans, long-term. I'm hearing medium, we hear the low-hanging fruits, we hear medium-term, we hear long-term. To me, it helps with that of the expectation of a very expectant citizenry. What it also tells them is, and reminds them of, is their input in all of this. Today we have spoken, we have presented, Minister Connell has presented a budget. Prime Minister, we know that you have supported because you are the head of the team. But I think it is important that we remind people of their part to play in all of this. We often think that the budget is presented, lots of money. We hear about the billion. We would hear, the first thing we hear in a budget presentation is how much billions it will be. And everybody's trying to figure out, how do I get some of it? Also, we need to add our plan to how we will now ensure that the plan can positively impact you.
Yes. Well, no, certainly the budget is really, in a sense, it's a set of numbers, but at the same time it's also reflective of the policy and the direction that the country should go in. And it's important for the citizens to remember that, the government is to some extent an inanimate thing, but you live in the communities. You need healthcare, you need education, you need roads, you need water, electricity. You also need to play a part in ensuring that you can have a high standard of living. So if there are opportunities to educate yourself, for example, you need to take advantage of that. If there are scholarships that are available, you need to take advantage of that. If there are opportunities to get grant funding for small and micro enterprise businesses, you need to take care of that. If there are opportunities to take part in the spice replanting program, and you have lands, you need to make your lands available and ensure that you can take part of that. So while the government may offer help, at the end of the day, you have to want the help, you have to take the help, and you have to make sure that you can benefit from the help. Because if the citizens don't want to work, if the citizens don't want a country that is going to develop, the government could want it badly, desperately, but it's not going to happen without the support and the partnership of the citizens. So really, we have to ensure that we continue encouraging our citizens to empower themselves, to educate themselves, to make use of the tremendous opportunities that we believe Grenada has to offer. We're a small island, but I think we're well connected to the international community. We've got a significant diaspora, and we have the advantage of technology, the advantage of internet, the advantage of almost limitless knowledge that is available at our fingertips. So really, we have no excuse for not empowering ourselves, not taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented, and to make sure that we can put Grenada on the right track, not just for us, but for the next generation of Grenadians to come. So citizen engagement, citizen empowerment, citizen participation is perhaps the most crucial thing in ensuring that any budget, short-term, medium-term, long-term, becomes a successful set of policies.
And certainly, I think as we come to a close, the agriculture feeder roads project, which I see we have budgeted about $7 million on, and that's I want to commend the government for that consideration, especially in light of the numerous reports we have been hearing from farmers about the inability, while they are to have access to their farms. So how soon can we expect to see that being initiated?
Well, no, I think the programs are going to run out in January as quickly as we can. It's not just the roads, I think it's also deploying technology. Some of the tools we use to access the produce has to change. I talk about the fact that, for example, in tourism we use quad bikes and so on to take people on fun journeys and so on, but we don't use it in our farmlands to pick up our produce and so on. We don't use nets to catch a lot of the produce and the fruit and so on that we can catch rather than having it fall to the ground. So we have to ramp up research and development, we have to ramp up innovation in agriculture, and naturally we have to support the infrastructure by making sure we can support the farm roads. And it doesn't have to be all concrete roads or pitch roads, but we want to ensure the roads are motorable and so that farmers can get as close as they can to their lands.
And I guess all of this would form part of government's digitization plan that's coming for 2024. While it start with tax, we know that it will be a bigger conversation.
No, absolutely. It's not just tax, it's a lot of the services that the government offers. We want to move as many of it online as possible. We will, for example, with travel, we plan in the first quarter to have electronic ED cards come on stream. We intend in 2024 to have passport applications done completely digitally. We are working, for example, in the Prime Minister's office to deal with a lot of the services, whether it's birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, all of these things, citizenship that people have to apply, to move these things online because they build resilience. If there's a pandemic or a natural disaster or fire, you can continue working without being in a physical building. It's more efficient. So we certainly want to be able to ensure that the public can benefit from these systems. We have the SEED program where we intend to move to a cashless system as well, so that people don't have to go stand up in long lines to get cash. So there are a number of things we're looking at from the government's perspective. We think we have to lead by example, but we also want our citizens to actually take hold of and use the technology that's there in their respective fields to ensure that they too can benefit from that.
Well, and thank you very much for being here, and so we look forward to speaking with the other ministers who are, of course, going to be smiling at the provisions that you have made in here for your. I see Minister Jonathan is here as well already for the significant increases that we have seen in the budget for education, and so we want to thank you again for gracing us with your presence this morning. I know it's been a long time. And
a long time for the minister.
Minister needs to have some water.
Well, as we summarize, the Prime Minister has indicated that this budget is a budget for everyone. There is something in there for everyone who needs to benefit from the budget, be it the elderlies, be it the less fortunate among us, be it the farmers, be it the persons who are involved in the transport system, because we are moving to electric transitions. We're also hoping that the private sector, who is the main engine of growth in the economy sometimes, take on the mantle and run with it and so on, because they also make or break what happens in the country. And we believe we have set the foundation so they can do just that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right.
So there we had it. We're just having the transition now between the ministers. We just spoke to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Just brief comments on their take on the budget. So far, we are expecting it to be, as we have heard, a budget for the people and of the people. But remember, if it is to be impactful, then the people must also play their part. So we are continuing to encourage you. Know what it is that you want out of the budget. You have heard the presentation. Now put your plans in place. Sit down and figure out how it is that I can now positively benefit from the budget that was presented by the Finance Minister today. So now we have another two ministers with us. We have Agriculture, a big part of this morning's presentation, and also that of health. As I was telling Randall, I believe we did not see the budget before. We did not, because we cannot. But it was our conversation before going into the presentation. Welcome, ministers. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So to kick off, Minister of Health.
Yes.
Most important.
You have a big job, we know. And I see that your efforts are being assisted by the increases I've seen in the allocations for your ministry. So tell us what you're going to be doing as you go into 2024.
Well, 2024, as it relates to the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs, has been branded as the year of health sector modernization. That's the years 2024 to 2027, because we do intend to take those 3 years and to incrementally ensure that we outfit the sector in a modernized way. It would not be done fully, but in certain aspects, for example, our central medical stores, ensuring that we integrate the right software for the tracking as well as the monitoring and of our pharmaceuticals, so that we know when our stocks are low, when our stocks are high, when we should begin to reorder, etc. So that's some of the technological modernization developments that will be coming to the health sector, amongst others.
Yeah. And I see that we have continued with the incentive to nurses and so on, the $500, and you now have an incentive for doctors.
Yes, we do.
Of $1,000 going into the new year. And I know that what is happening with, I know you have an issue with nurses, the numbers, and so on. What are we doing in terms of trying to get new nurses into the system and so on?
Right, so at my presentation in the Senate, you will certainly hear more about that. We're not letting the cat out of the bag just yet. But as of this year, we have already sent 3 nurses to Jamaica to start studying in specialist areas. I think one is operating room nursing, the other one is nephrology, if I'm not mistaken, and critical care nursing. So, and every year after that, 3 nurses will go, because the program is about 9-10 months. So every year after that, we would send nurses to ensure that they specialize in the areas that they are inclined to. We'll find the resources for them to do so. And we have budgeted for another 3 next year, God's willing, 2024. We believe that it was critically important for us to continue the honorarium, simply because their regularization tranche is not in the first set. And as a result, we did not want them to be disadvantaged. And we did promise it was going to be up to December 31st. 2023, but seeing that the regularization is going to take place in phases, we wanted to ensure that they're not disadvantaged salary-wise, etc. And we've taken that bold step to continue the honorarium and to also add one for our doctors, because I know sometimes they feel a little bit left out. And you do hear the cry, when they say, well, we only focus on the nurses, and the nurses are not the only one that are working in the clinical environment, but the doctors can't work without the nurses. And that is a fact. But in all fairness, they too work very hard, and they have been clamoring for same for a very long time. And as a result of that, we wanted to ensure that we honor their requests. Sadly, we can't go to 2,000 and 3,000 for them, but I believe that they will greatly appreciate the start that we've made as a health sector.
We cannot speak health without speaking mental health. It's critical, and we know the numbers as we come out of COVID and everything else. I think if anything else, this sick population will be more mental than that of physical. Healing, sickness starts there, healing ends there, and it is critical. I heard mention of it in the budget, that of ensuring that we put some special attention on it. It is important if we are to move forward as a people. As the Prime Minister speaking before you did speak to, the medium to long term involves people. People are always a long-term plan.
I agree. Well, the short term, medium, and long term involves people. I believe all 3 stages and phases. We have done significant work as it relates to mental health and wellness. So we have, I'm sure you may have seen across all social media platforms, that we have started in the consultations across civil society, NGOs, even with some public sector organizations as well. The consultation on mental health and wellness, PAHO, has been extremely instrumental in assisting us in that and providing us with the technical expertise to ensure that we properly consult, so that when we come to the national consultations across every parish in January of 2024, we can give persons snippets of what the draft outline of the legislation looks like, and they can say, you know what, I think this needs to change. I think as it relates to who apprehends a person who is seemingly mad or crazy, this needs to change. Can we have a committee set up for that, or an organization set up for that, instead of the police handling them? Or can you offer training for our law enforcement officers so that they know how to apprehend, etc.? And what are the steps that they take in apprehending so that they do not cause any further damage, like psychologically and otherwise, to the persons that will be apprehended? So we are moving forward with the national consultations in January of 2024, and we have also added a national strategic suicide prevention plan also to the mental health legislation. So we're pleased. It is going to take some time before you actually see the enactment and the delivery of the mental health legislation, but we are glad that we've started, and that once you start, you must see the completion of a thing. So that's what we're particularly pleased about.
I agree. I agree.
Yes, and for agriculture, Mr. Minister, I see you have received an increase of almost $10 million on the budget of last year.
Too much.
And that does not include, according to this, does not include climate smart agriculture and enterprise development, which is another $7.8 million, and then the Grenada climate adaptation of $0.8 million, and the feeder roads of $7 million. So you're so-called swimming in money in 2024?
Put it this way, you cannot run your vehicle without gas.
Right.
People have to eat.
Yes.
Therefore, agriculture have to provide the food so that the people get it healthy. And we will not have much people going to the Minister of Health complaining of the problem.
Right.
So we're going to
surrender.
But before I get into the discussion, let me put on record my endorsement for this budget. It's a people's budget. It's a budget where, I listened to the Minister of Health outlining the taking care of the people in the Ministry of Health, and even taking care of the people that need medical attention. But in other areas of the budget, you would have seen that the people are being focused on, and we have outlined not only in health but in agriculture, in social development. It's all about helping people. Our workers in the public service, I guess many of them are smiling, even our parliamentarians. So this is what the budget is all about. Agriculture, on the other hand, is so important. It's a very important pillar in building this new economy that we are talking about. And if we don't budget adequately, you will find that we will not be in a position for agriculture to make its contribution in terms of going forward with the transformational agenda. In 2023, we spent a lot of time trying to reorganize and restructure the Ministry of Agriculture, and even the World Bank project that we spoke about this morning. This is a project that was supposed to be, we were expecting to spend money since in January 2023. Unfortunately, we were not able to do that as we would have liked to, based on the World Bank settings and the programs and guidelines and so on, and we had to make sure we settle and put system in place. And I'm happy to say that this project has already commenced, and it's going to be a lot of the spending will take place in 2024. So the farmers can have some sense of confidence in terms of going forward.
And what is is there a target group per se? I know a lot of people, you can't find fruit and vegetables in the market these days. The climate, of course, is a major contributor to the fact that a number of farmers have failed in their efforts there, and so all the heat and all of that.
Right.
So is the focus going to be on short crops, or is it going to be on meat production and so on for this next year?
Under this project, the World Bank project, we have about 9 components, and we're tackling it right around. Whole around it. Basically, you're talking about crop production, very important. Livestock production is very crucial. We want to assist the farmers and the vendors who are interested in agro-processing. We have a component for them. We also have creating cold storage facilities, so that farmers who have produce in bulk and they cannot get sealed immediately, we will set cold storage facilities in strategic positions around the country, so that those things can be taken care of. If you have 4 trays of tomatoes and you can only sell 2 this week, it means that the next 2 might spoil. So we want to create this kind of facility. No, it is we're not only building agriculture immediately, but we're trying to create a culture and a mindset that this is serious business. And the 4 crates of tomatoes that you produce, there's a cost for production. Yes. And therefore 50% of it going into spoilage. That is bad for any business. Yes. The serious businessman will tell you, well, I cannot afford to lose anything. Yeah. You already lose maybe through insects and larceny and all those sort of things. You cannot afford to have it in your hand. Good quality, and you cannot get sell for it. So we have different aspects. We have the fishing in fisheries. We're also doing some work under the World Bank project to assist some fishermen. We also have a very important component where for farm machinery, whereby every farmer with 1 acre land, quarter of an acre land, will not be able to purchase a tractor to plow his land. So the Ministry of Agriculture will be bringing back the machinery department where they can assist farmers in terms of plowing. And I mean, you have a half acre and you need to plow it once a year. You don't have to be a tractor for that. But if the ministry has a pool where people can apply and we can assist them, so the farmers will be getting this kind of assistance also. But in the area of the livestock production, we are going AI, artificial insemination. Okay. We want to improve our quality. We don't have to input the live animals on the aircraft. We can just walk with a little briefcase in my hand with artificial insemination to improve our breeding stock in Grenada. Carry competing.
Yes, exactly. Because I saw you had a big project over there.
Yes.
Yeah, on the Ward Island. Well, when I saw both of you sitting there, the first thing I thought was excellent compliment, right? Health and food.
Hey, you can't work with me. Actually. You can't work with me. Yes, if he decided to get me in any trouble, I just cut off supply. Yeah. And the whole nation is sick and he has a problem on his hand. Yeah. So he has to work with it. Right?
We're sister ministries, just like social development as well. There's certain ministries that work extremely close together because of the nature of the ministry and the mandate and the national mandate the ministry has. So, yeah.
So any closing remarks?
I'll let my senior go first.
Well, I think that 2024 will be the year for agriculture, and I can assure the farmers that we will do everything in terms of giving them the kind of service that they need. We have over 10,000 farmers in Grenada in all different areas, and remember, agriculture is there, but farming is a private business. Yeah. You may do as much as you want, but we are seeking the cooperation of the farmers. We are asking them to take the advice from the ministry. We're putting out ourselves to get the right advice to give you. So please consult the ministry before you start to spend your money. Because if you do not know, and sometimes you don't know that you don't know, and you can borrow $5,000, $10,000, and if you don't do the right thing, you can lose everything up front. And this in itself is very discouraging. So we are trying to put all systems in place, and I want to assure the farmers that 2024 will be a much better year than 2023.
Well, we are going to have a very strong focus on the next 3 years, of course, starting from 2024. However, I believe that next year we're going to see some significant improvements in the healthcare sector in various areas, from digitization of our healthcare sector in specific areas to the continued smarting of our medical stations and our health centers. We're really excited about it. My technical as well as my managerial staff is extremely excited about it to roll out some of the projects that we have started and the new ones to start. We have the OECS Health Strengthening Project. We also have the World Bank project that's taking place. And these international organizations that are investing in the development of healthcare in small island developing states, we're really grateful for them and for it. And as a result, we will see the smarting of some of those medical stations under these projects as well as other areas of healthcare. We have a very strong focus as well on primary health care. I believe all our energies will be extended and exerted towards primary health care next year, 2025, 2026, and a very short period in 2027. Simply because we believe that if we get primary health care right, the infrastructural developments that we're looking forward to, the brand new climate smart, climate resilient teaching hospital, the rehabilitation or reconstruction of the quote unquote Carlton home, etc., etc., amongst others, we can provide a kind of edifice and pyramid platform for these structures to stand on. Because when you have primary healthcare functioning at the standard that it is supposed to function institutionally, human resource-wise, etc., the person with the diabetic sore foot does not need to go to the brand new smart climate resilient hospital, but can find the clinical redress that they need at the medical station or the health center in their vicinity, and we could leave the hospital for medical tourism, etc. So this is where our head is at. There is a plan, there is a vision, and that is why we just, like 2023, we just didn't want to declare the year of mental health and wellness or have that one vision aspect for that 1 year. But we decided we're going to take the next 3 years, 2024 to 2027, and brand it as a year of health sector modernization. So walking into our medical stations and health center, you will now see a directory. By the first half of the year, you'll see a directory at every medical station and health center. So at Granborough Medical Station, these are the services you are expected to get. Yeah, at the Sutter's Health Complex, these are the services you are expected to get when you come here, etc. And we also plan to ensure that the Guelph Polyclinic functions at optimum level by the first half of the year 2024, because we believe if we get Granborough right, if we get Sutter's Health Complex right, and if we get Guelph Polyclinic right, at least those 3 areas functioning as at some level of tertiary clinical care, we can definitely take the strain off the general hospital. Yes, and that's the plan, and that's part of the plan as well.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. Minister, I have one question for you, only because I use the hospital from time to time, and nobody asks me if I have medical insurance so that I can pay for this service. Because if I had to go to a private doctor, I'd have to pay. Right? So perhaps you can get a little money from me in 2024.
Well, that is the reason for national health insurance. It takes the burden, it takes the financial burden off of the individual from going to the private sector. Yes, and as a result, as you've heard in the budget mentioned today by the Honorable Minister for Finance, that we have signed an agreement, and as a result, we're moving forward to national health insurance step by step.
Thank you very much.
Step by step.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. You sure we have others to interview? Because we could stay and talk about health and agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Randall, as always, it's always interesting to share. Yeah?
Yes.
They make quite a spouse, don't they? Health and agriculture, always important.
Yes. And especially in light of what they want to do.
Yes.
And it is critical that we eat healthy, fresh food.
We have it.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
So it's not by accident that the people in Carriacou and Petit Martinique live to 90s and 100 and so on, because everything is fresh.
We have on the mainland too.
Yes, so we have to continue
take care of ourselves.
Yes.
So we're now going over to our Minister of Education.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you.
I saw, Minister, that you too are benefiting from quite an increase, yes, in your allocations for education. So perhaps you can give us the vision.
Well, thank you very much. You remember that education was highlighted as one of the priority areas, health, education, and a number of others. So I think this budget continues to reflect the importance that this administration attaches to education. And so the heightened figure shouldn't surprise us, because it was clearly announced that education is a priority. And we continue to do there's some significant things happening in education, started in 2023, and the expectation that there is going to be acceleration in several of those areas in 2024. Skills, for instance, we've talked about the importance of skills and repositioning skills in our education system to bridge the gap between what the world of work requires and what the school system is churning out. And we've started in 2023, we've approved the National Skills Policy and Skills Strategy, and we've started implementing it by way of expanding the skills offering at the primary school level. Now, there's a lot more of that strategy that needs to be implemented, including developing centers of excellence, where in particular schools or particular areas you have particular skills being taught and pursued at the highest level. So a number of them, furniture making, ICT training, construction technology. And so a bit of that is going to be unfolded in the new year. I can tell you for sure, NULO is earmarked for expansion starting in the new year. Some elements of it. I can't tell you how far it's going to get. But we've already passed it at Cabinet. We've gotten the green light to engage a consultant to identify the gaps in what they're offering and what the world of work requires. But understand that skills require a lot of financial investment. It's a pretty costly undertaking, and so that no doubt is a significant part of it. But inside of that too is the need to remodel some of our existing centers, like the National Skills Development Institute at Snell Hall. There's capacity there to have them become a state-of-the-art center for furniture making. I mean, they do produce really good quality furniture there, but there is scope for expansion to do all of the, what's it's called in technical drawing, the AutoCAD program, and to teach the bit of the IT that's required there on that facility. So there's need to upgrade that facility to expand it, to genuinely make it that state-of-the-art center of excellence. That's envisaged too, even as we speak. So there's quite a bit of that, but then we also envisage quite a number of schools being built and constructed. So you heard we went through the final stages for
Christian Academy.
Right, so Christian Academy has been signed. The contract has actually been signed, and we anticipate very early in the new year we'd actually have groundbreaking and actually have construction begin, and I'm very happy that we've gotten this far. The Anglican School, and those are GEEP projects supported by the Caribbean Development Bank. The Anglican Primary School in St. Andrews, they too, the design has been approved, consulted upon, no objection offered by CDB, and it's being tendered a few weeks now. So we anticipate that probably before the end of the year or very early in the new year, a contractor would be awarded the contract, and they too would get started in the original site in Grenville. So that's there. Then we've moved past land acquisition for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So that's in the making too. You heard J.W. Fletcher. So all of these infrastructural elements create a significant part, and the millions ramp up a lot with them. We're talking about in some of our schools having, in one school particular, we're talking about the Center for Information Technology and increasing robotics. And you remember in schools last year, we started offering coding. Understanding the importance of technologies in our era. We introduced coding, and that's going well. And there is a plan to expand it.
There's some funding for that.
Right, so there is funding for that as well. And not only are we expanding, but we are integrating the core underlying principles of coding, the problem solving and the reasoning, into the mainstream of the ICT curriculum, so that we're mainstreaming it. And so I'm really excited about several of the things happening in education, and the budget you see for it, I am quite confident it's going to be well spent. It's investment well directed, because the investment we put into our people in shaping and forming them and giving them the necessary skills to be valued and valuable citizens of our country who can contribute, it's the better our country would fare.
And I want to support this because it is a balanced approach. It is a balanced approach. We are talking here the introduction, or rather more introduction of technology in our education system, but also you have a robust, what we call protective agency in that of CSERT that continue to work overtime to ensure that, because you know that once you open up our doors, with the opening of your door is not only who you want will come in, but everybody will come in, and you need to control what happens. People must be protected. You think that it would be all the good things, but the balance here is critical, and we're also seeing that because we are speaking about our young minds here that are very, very easy to be swayed either way.
So I think part of the drive towards technology must include values and the CSERT and all of that, because I say to people, a person who has strong values, if you put a gun in their hand, their values will guide them. Yeah. You put a computer in their hand, their values will guide them. But a person who doesn't have those values, you put a gun in their hand,
it becomes a weapon.
It becomes a weapon. You put a computer in their hand, same thing. And so there's a critical part that we have to play in terms of the education package and the values-based direction that education has to take. We continue to focus that through our guidance counselors, and that unit we're strengthening as well, to make sure that persons are able to deal with the digital literacy that is required to be responsible digital citizens in this era. So I'm confident that we're doing well in that regard. Yeah. One of the other areas too is the increased access to higher education. Now we've heard last year that the tuition fees have been removed from TAMCC and NULO to give more persons access, and I'm extremely excited about that. We've budgeted more for it this year because we anticipate an uptake, and hopefully by the time I share and give my presentation in the debates, I will have details on what the figures look like in terms of uptake. But giving people more access preempts them having to down the road look, I wonder what I could do, where I could get some skilling, what little program I can do. If we institutionalize these training programs, which is what we're trying to do, and increase the access to it, then it gives our young people the opportunity to spend that time getting skilled up. That is going to be complemented by part of the legislative agenda to mandate education till the age of 18. That's coming in 2024. It's already passed at the level of cabinet. It's going to be, the formal legislation is going to be written, and it's going to be debated in the Houses of Parliament. But I anticipate within the year 2024, probably by the start of the 2024-25 academic year, we'd see that coming into play. But that 2-year window between 16 and 18 will give us the opportunity for more for young people to get exposed to skills and get more exposed to training. So we have less of them leaving school at 16 and saying, I want to work. And then you're not properly skilled. And you're not properly equipped. And then that puts additional pressure on us as administrators, on our nation, on all of our resources to find things for them to do for which they're not duly qualified. So I'm just excited about the approach that we've been taking, how systematic, how planned out, how structured it is. And I know given the opportunity, it will yield huge fruits for us as a nation.
It will. It will. We just have to allow it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And absolutely. That is going to be, that is usually the challenge. Plans like these, as I said, with an expectant citizenry, then people don't see it, because you would not see it now, but it's later we will start benefiting from it. So it's important that we understand what is being given here and the timelines to actually seeing fruits.
I mean, and people, you just listen to the stories of people around us. You go to the cabinet and you talk to ministers. None of us woke up in some wealthy spot. None of us woke up having some gold spoon or with some bank account that was fat. But because of perseverance, and in our days probably there was less access to it anyways. But because of getting it, that education, persisting. And in fact, I think in some of those times, our parents had a stronger value that they attached to education. So it doesn't matter what happened. Even if you had one shirt that you had to wash every single day when you came home and hang it on the line, you had to go to school, and you better go to school looking proper too. You had to look proper, and they had to pass the pencil through your hair even to make sure it was combed and all of that. But the value that they attached to education was immense. And so you had no choice. You had to do it. But in the end, I have absolutely no regrets that we were pushed in those directions. Even if we didn't have the latest clothes, or we didn't have lots of the other things, and that some persons may have felt would have been marks of affluence. We probably didn't have those, but I'm happy. We had values. We had the value of hard work. Because we had to garden, we had chores, we had to plant, we had animals. I learned to milk the cattle, all of those kind of stuff. we had to go to church and we had to go to school. You couldn't give any excuses about that. And so it pays out now, but it's a journey, and I wish more of our people can see the investment that we are making into education with a view that more of them will benefit and would create a better lifestyle for them and for their children and future generations.
Minister, we want to thank you very much for your appearance here this morning and so on, and we want to give you all the encouragement that you need to make a difference in the lives of our children in 2024 and beyond.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to serve.
Thank you so much for being here with us. We do appreciate it.
Most welcome.
Randall, I don't think Minister could have said it better, right?
No.
No, he could not.
No.
We often speak about that of values, children. The way our society has changed. And I think we are forgetting a key part, that the change that is coming, we think it is better, but you cannot beat the foundation that we have had.
No, certainly. And look, let me tell you, some of the things that we complain about as a society, we have to take the blame for it.
We are responsible for it.
You understand? We have to take the blame for it. So we have a responsibility to our children to raise them in a responsible manner.
I agree. We have to be parents.
That's the point. I saw, when I was, I visited Belize sometime. At that time, I was vice president of the Methodist Church in the Caribbean and Americas. And in one of the schools, the Wesleyan school, there was this little African saying, the destruction of a nation begins in the homes.
Could not have said it better.
And we have to pay attention to that. And recognizing that they had a problem, and I was in Belize, you know what they did, especially with young parents. So they called parents in. How are you struggling? And they set about giving young parents parenting skills, because they're recognizing that the behaviors of children in school and so on is because they came from home, and probably homes that not supported, or the young parents, and they didn't know how to raise the children properly, because a long time we used to say the villages will raise the child, right? And those supports that they were able to give the parent, the support they were able to give those parents, made a huge difference in their as a parent, growing as a parent, and so on, and in the behaviors of the children. And so I think these are some of those initiatives that we need to ponder on here when we are discovering these aberrant behaviors, as we like to see, among our young people and so on. So we have to take some blame too.
I agree fully. No, we have to take all the blame.
All the blame.
Because our parents, when we became parents at whatever age, they were still guiding us.
Of course.
But right now you have very little guidance. So you realize we are trying to impart new morals and what we may consider not to be to children, and we realize it's creating confusion.
We have allowed this to be the babysitters.
And that's our problem.
And that we have a serious problem.
So, Randall, we have another of our guests here with us to share on the budget, budget presentation.
And let us welcome Dr. Stephen Fletcher to the set. So, sir, over to you. What are your feelings about the budget?
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, J.S. Thank you for having me. As I sat and contemplated the budget, there are a couple key things that came out. I mean, budget has always been said is a statement of intention. It's a statement of intent and expectations as far as the public is concerned. And therefore, we have had some, the budget, of course, has increased from $1.2 to $1.6 billion, significant increases. We see the allocations which goes to health and wellness, education, and all the other sort of agriculture and so on. And that is very important. But what I garner from this budget are the following. One, is that it really genuinely builds on the 2023 budget and expectations. I think it is very clear that in 2023, the government was laying the foundation, right, for growth and development of the economy. But not just the economy, but in the areas of culture, in the area of social services, areas of housing and so forth. And what this 2024 budget is aimed at doing, from reading the text and so on, is really to leverage the foundation that was laid in 2023 and to build upon it. So, for example, in 2023, there's quite a bit of talk about health, new hospital. The government this year has gone further and definitely showing that there is a significant amount of thinking that is going through in the preparation of this budget. So we have, for example, this year, the government announced they have acquired the land, that there is a budgetary allocation to secure the land and to get this going. There is also the investments that are going to be going into education, that is key. But a significant portion of what I saw, which we need to contemplate on, is what's going to go into skills training. Right? That is very important. You cannot develop a society, any society, whether developed or underdeveloped, or they call underdeveloped countries, without really focusing on enhancing the skill set of your people. Right? And again, it feeds into the government thrust of building human capacity. And the government is really putting the money where the mouth is. They are backing up their policy statements by making the relevant allocations to those areas. So we sit in health and wellness, we sit in agriculture. That is a significant one because we need to continue to invest in agriculture for many reasons. Among them is the area we need to have food security. No, that is critical. And my second reading from this is that here we are as a country. Now we have positioned health and wellness, positioning education with a significant focus on skill set and skills training, and then you have the agricultural part of it. So that's important. The other key note that I take away from this is that on the social services side, we've seen again a focus on housing and housing development. In 2023, the budget statements spoke about development in housing and so on. And I think again the government is showing it is moving forward with those plans. In health, we have movement taking place, as I mentioned earlier, not only with the plans for the new hospital, but importantly and very, very critical is the national health insurance. That is really important if we're going to shift the needle on health, that while we develop the infrastructure, while we develop the buildings and so on for that, it is important and very critical that we look at the other areas that impact on health. So issue of, and I suspect the government would have tied the agricultural budget to the need for sound primary health care, ensuring that you have a healthier society, and that, back to the old slogan, that we grow what we eat and we eat what we grow. That is necessary and that is very critical. So all in all, I think the budget is a good one. I think it gives confidence in the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique that the government is thinking through its policies and is backing the policy with financial commitments. It also gives the private sector, in my view, some confidence as well in that the government intends to invest and invest heavily in infrastructure, in the type of activities that should hopefully lead to a more buoyant private sector, right, and in an expansion of this local economy. Well, having said all of that, the budget also, some people might call it giveaway, but I think the budget also invested in its people. Specifically, I refer to some of the reductions that have taken place and removal of fees. The fact that school children now, you can go to school and you'll be assured of a meal without having to find $1 or $3. Now, for some people, $1 and $3 is no big deal. What are you talking about, $1, $3? But it is important. There are many persons in this country that when mothers and fathers and so, when they wake up in the morning, they don't have $1. They don't have a dime. And the fact that this worry is not taken away from them. The fact that parents will allow their children now to go to school and learn, knowing that they will be provided for, that they will have some food in their stomach, and that they will be able to absorb the knowledge that's been transferred to them. So we have seen that. We have also seen, in terms of youth and young people, I will refer to the non-traditional aspects now that we've come to, the issuing of the special license for driving of heavy equipment. I think that is important. We have a young and youthful population. They need to be in the driving seat and all those things. So age should not be a discriminatory factor in that regard. So that was also key and so on. The greening of the transport system is also, I think, very good. But I want to stick a pin here and make a slight comment on the transport section. We can green the transportation system, but I think we still have some structural problems, real problems in addressing public transport. And when I talk of public transport, I speak of, back up a little bit, school children. We see it every day from the western side to the southern side of the country. Some people tend to think, well, in the south it's all hunky-dory, everything is going well. But pass by the Lagoon Road, the GBSS, Annika High School, Kopang, anytime after 2:30, Monday to Friday, and you see the quantum of children waiting for buses. All right? That issue, in my view, needs to be addressed, and hopefully in the budget debate that follows from Wednesday, we will get some more deep diving into what is really in this transportation issue. The other issue that I think is very critical on the transport side to address is that while we as a country embrace the transformation process, while we embrace the need for higher levels of productivity and punctuality and so forth, we also have to understand that a significant number of the population, despite the fact there are 60,000 registered vehicles in the country, there are lots of people who depend on public transport. So if a worker has to get out you're coming out, let's say, from Victoria, Sotes, you got to be on the road after 6 to get a bus. And you're not able to get one to reach and work on time for 8 o'clock, and you're getting the 8:30 and 9, productivity is being affected. If in the evening, and this one is a serious one, we need to consider that. And I want to encourage you guys to probably pass by the bus terminal in the evening after 5 to see what happens there.
We had a conversation about that before the budget presentation.
This is a critical issue because here you are, persons come from work after 4. And you'll sit on this bus terminal until probably 7, after 7 to get a bus to go to the western side. That in itself creating social conflicts. Because when the one bus arrives carrying with a capacity of 15 persons, and you have 30 and 40 persons waiting on the bus line, is who could fight the most? Who's the strongest to get inside? Who could elbow out the other passenger to get into that bus? And this issue, in my view, it really needs to be addressed because so you get home after 6, 7 o'clock. You probably have a child or two that went to school that need your help. When you get in, you're dead tired.
Yes, you are.
You're dead tired. So that needs to be looked into. And there's an economic cost to that, not only in terms of the direct production of people going into work and leaving work when they're due to leave work to get home, but I believe, I might be wrong, but it is my solemn belief, after observing this phenomenon over the years and being involved in rural work, that it is a contributor to the urban drift. The absence of transportation from the rural communities is creating a situation where if you live in St. Patrick or St. Mark, you are literally forced to take up residence in the south.
Yes.
Right? Now that is another issue of the development model that seems to be stuck in the southern part of the country. And as someone involved in rural work, I continue to champion the cause for rural investments. And that certainly is reflected in the budget as well by way of investment in health centers and agriculture and so on. So the transportation issue is really critical, and I hope that in the debate that we're going to experience over the next few days, we'll get much more on what's happening with the transportation issue. That is absolutely necessary. It is absolutely critical. The urban drift is affecting rural communities. I have seen some villages that literally has gone into recession, sliding and slipping, because the economic blood of these villages have been removed because people moved to the south.
And then there's the that impact upon parenting and all that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
That's social impact.
Absolutely. You have social impacts, and you have impact on the parenting issue because most of the men sometimes move to the south. The women also move to the south. One of the fastest growing sector is within the tourism sector and retail and so on. And these sectors are very critical. But you also have, and I was making the point earlier on, which I didn't complete, of the economic impact. So the traditional rural village or communities, one where you go to work during the day, you get home after 4 or 5, and then you have a backyard garden. You go and you plant fruits, vegetables that can provide for the home and also allows you to sell some of the crops to make money. Now, when that person or persons leave the rural communities and come down to the urban communities, you lose family, you lose production, you lose a whole lot of it. So there are social consequences to that, and I see this budget as providing for the rural areas, but also I would like to see some emphasis placed on addressing the real transportation problems that really confronts us. But all in all, I think it's a good indication. Government intention is well stated within these confines, and we have to know, those of us who are involved in the public sector, is for us now to take this budget, analyze it, identify our sectorial parts of it, and go to work. Go to work. It is critical and necessary.
Well, Doc, we want to thank you for your thoughts on the budget and zeroing in on that issue that we were speaking about so much about this transportation, because it really gets in the way of productivity, big time.
Absolutely.
And I think we need to look at some scheduling issues with buses and that kind of thing, but it requires sitting down with the private bus owners and working it out.
Absolutely. I do agree that we need to look at private-public partnerships and the models that we can look at. The private sector has a critical role to play in this, and the private sector, bus owners and so on, ought not to be worried sometimes when there is talk about fixing the transportation problem and having public transport, because I could go back to the days of Eric Matthew Gibbs.
The school buses.
I went to school on a government school bus. They had a yellow bus and they had a green bus, right? And we traveled on these buses. That did not negatively impact on private transport because the private busmen also had the role to play in transporting children as well. They were an integral part of that. So we have a history of public-private partnership in the transportation system. The revolution came and the revolution expanded. Right, the PTS, the PTS, Public Transport Service, they expanded the fleet of public transport and so on. But yet, the private buses were there alongside the government buses. So we have experience, we have some models that we probably need to look at, beef it up, enhance it, and so forth, and present a solution. You know, the students need to be able to go to school and come back from school in comfort.
Yes, in comfort.
And without the stress of when am I going to get a bus, right? So that's effective. So I think it's a good intention on the part of government, as stated in this 2024 budget. It's been quite a bit of stuff in there, and I look forward to the debates that will start on Wednesday.
Thursday, I believe.
Thursday? Yeah. Okay, Thursday. I look forward to that, and to see how the parties will respond to those numbers, because we need to hear from the line ministers now. They need to drill down and tell us what those numbers mean to the people. Yeah. The budget must benefit the people to that extent, right? Yes. So they need to drill down and indicate to us what those numbers mean to the different sectors and how it will affect individuals and so forth, and that is key. So we look forward to that. You know.
Thank you for your insights.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher.
Thank you very much. Nice for having me. Okay.
You're most welcome. So, Randall?
As we wrap up.
As we conclude.
Yes, it was good to be here today. I believe that we'll hear more as time goes on.
Yes, we will.
But the early indications seem that this budget is really one for the people. And as Doc has pointed out, built on the platform of the last one, the foundation of the last one. And the Prime Minister has pointed out that systematic approach that you heard echoed by the other ministers. And so when we talk about a destination,
there must be a plan
to get there.
And the plan, it is showing all the steps for you to get to the top of it, right? So it's a staircase. It started in 2023 with that presentation, and every year you build on it. The destination is at the top.
That's it.
You keep working towards it.
And we keep working towards it. And so to all of you viewers, we want to thank you for spending the time with us this morning. You didn't have to do that, but you were here. And we appreciate the fact that you have remained this far. So for the rest of the year, I may not be here, so Merry Christmas to all of you and God bless.
I want to now add my greeting. Thank you so much for being here, Randall. It was great having company this year.
Yes, great.
It was. And I want to also extend my holiday greetings to everyone. I want to say happy holidays to everyone, season's greetings. Enjoy the season. Please, whatever you do, ensure that we do it in unity, and remember those who may not have this holiday. So give them something, share, open up your door and let people in. But remember, we have to continue to live as brothers and sisters, be our brother's keeper. You see someone doing something that you think you can pull up on them on. If you say it nicely, I'm sure they would accept. So let's be our brother's keeper. And happy holidays to everyone. Randall, that's how we are saying goodbye. Thank you again to everyone, GIS, the team. Thank you. I'm Oslin Crosby. Stay and have a great day.
Love is what we stand for. We stand for.